Chapter 181. As a result, more and more people came to settle down, and the number of shops, taverns, and brothels increased as well. Under such a cycle, Dark Forest Town was formed today. Du Xiaofu walked into Dark Forest Town and blended into the crowd. There were all kinds of people in Dark Forest Town, and on the bustling streets, no one would pay much attention to a youth. In a place like Dark Forest Town, men were definitely not as eye-catching as women. On both sides of the street, there were many shops, and many people had set up stalls to peddle their wares. They sold all kinds of things: demonic beast materials, demonic beast corpses, and even demonic beast mounts. Of course, the demonic beast materials and demonic beast mounts were not too high in rank. In addition, there were also many elixirs for sale and even cultivation techniques and martial skills for sale. There was a dazzling array, too many to count. Although the entire town was not as prosperous and crowded as the city outside, its liveliness was not the slightest bit inferior. Sounds of hawking, clamoring, and occasionally quarreling could be heard. All of these gathered together, making it extremely noisy. Mixed in with the crowd, Du Xiaofu deliberately did not attract too much attention, so as to avoid being noticed by the people from the Black Fiend sect. With the Black Fiend sect's influence, there should be people in Dark Forest Town. "Little brother, come here, quickly." Suddenly, the voice of a woman in her 30s rang out. Du Xiaofu was sizing up the lively scene in the surrounding streets. When he heard the voice, he immediately looked to the left and saw a woman in her 30s waving at him. "Are you calling me?" Du Xiaofu was stunned, as if he did not know this woman. "Of course I'm calling you. I saw you from afar. Such a handsome young man is rare in Dark Forest Town." The woman smiled slightly, her eyes constantly sizing up Du Xiaofu, her eyes overflowing with charm, as if they were about to burst into flames. "But I don't know you." Du Xiaofu was extremely puzzled. He did not seem to know this woman. "Silly brother, you will know each other in the future. Come in with me. I have everything. As long as you want it, I can get it for you." The woman was very enthusiastic and immediately pulled Du Xiaofu intimately into her arms. "Do you have frost jade, orange flower, and crown lotus?" Du Xiaofu asked, secretly wondering if this woman was also selling elixirs, but his feet involuntarily took half a step back. This time, he came to Dark Forest Town to find two extremely difficult to find elixirs: Double Flight, Orange Flower, and Guanyin Lotus. When the woman saw Du Xiaofu take a step back, she originally thought that he was still an inexperienced boy, but when she heard this, she was immediately stunned. Her eyes seemed to be about to drip water. She twisted her plump buttocks and stuck to Du Xiaofu, saying, "So little brother is an expert. Don't worry. I have everything. I can definitely satisfy you, even the poisonous dragon drill. Quickly come upstairs with me." As her voice fell, the woman directly pulled Du Xiaofu to a small alley by the side of the street and directly went upstairs. "Solitary dragons. Are there such demonic beasts?" Du Xiaofu muttered with a face full of doubt, then asked, "Is the price expensive?" "Little brother, don't worry, the price is fair. It's only 5 cultivation coins. Even if you don't pay, seeing how handsome you are, it's fine even if I don't charge you." "How can it be so cheap? It can't be. Guanyin Lotus is at least 100,000 cultivation coins." Du Xiaofu was shocked, and then was dizzily dragged upstairs by the woman. "That little brat is really an expert. He's definitely an expert at such a young age. He's actually so familiar with the game. I guess that little brat came from outside. He was bored in the dark forest, so he played so ruthlessly as soon as he came to town. The woman upstairs has been doing good business recently. Wait until I sell these demonic beast materials. I also want to go up and play." Seeing Du Xiaofu being dragged upstairs by the woman wearing revealing clothes, a few burly men who set up a stall on the side of the street all laughed evilly. Boom! Just a few minutes later, the wall on the top of the building suddenly shattered. Bricks flew everywhere and dust filled the air. Suddenly, under the surprised gazes of the people on the street, a purple-robed young man directly broke through the wall and fell to the ground. He didn't dare to stop and immediately ran away in panic. Little brat, my demonic beast materials. My head, it was hit by a brick, little brat. Loud curses were heard, and several people who set up a stall downstairs were directly smashed by the bricks. Fortunately, they escaped quickly, but the stall was submerged by the bricks. Little bastard, even if you don't want to play, don't tear down my building. You have to compensate me. Through the hole in the wall, a disheveled woman angrily cursed and chased after him, but she didn't dare to jump down. As for the purple-robed youth, he fled into the street and immediately disappeared into the crowd. That was close. I almost lost my virginity. After a full 3 streets, Du Xiaofu came to a quiet street, and only then did he stop. Originally, he only wanted to buy frost jade orange flower and crown lotus, but he didn't expect that when he went upstairs his clothes were almost taken off by someone, and he was so scared that he immediately broke through the wall and fled. Medicine Hut, it should be here. On a rather deserted street, a skinny old man who looked like a mulberry stick said to a freckled woman beside him. A slight smile appeared on his tanned face, and there seemed to be some faint fluctuations in his eyes that were faintly discernible. The freckled woman looked at an inconspicuous shop in front of her. It didn't even look like a shop, and only the 2 words Medicine Hut hanging on the door proved that it was indeed a shop. The 2 of them slowly walked into the shop. Everything inside was rather simple, and many places were even covered in dust. The old-fashioned counter looked as though it had not been changed for 100 years. Within the space of a few dozen meters, there were only a few scattered pieces of low-ranked elixirs and elixirs placed on the counter. Behind the counter, there was an old man wearing a gray robe, leaning against the wall and resting with his eyes slightly closed. He seemed to be unaware that someone had entered. "Please," the freckled woman slightly raised her head and looked at the gray-robed old man with his eyes slightly closed. Just as she was about to open her mouth and ask, another person suddenly walked into the shop. The freckled woman slightly glanced over, and her gaze slightly moved. She was rather surprised, as she didn't expect it to be the purple-robed young man. Du Xiaofu ran 3 streets, not because he was teased by a woman, but because he had caused quite a commotion. In order to avoid being seen by the people from the Black Fiend sect, he might as well run as far as possible. When he arrived at a street that had suddenly become somewhat quiet, Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head and looked over. There seemed to be a shop not far in front of him. He slowly walked over and saw a signboard with the words Medicine Hut hanging on it. It should be a shop that sold medicinal ingredients, and he walked in. However, what surprised Du Xiaofu was that there were actually 2 familiar figures in the shop. They were the skinny old man and the freckled woman he had seen outside of Dark Forest Town. This caused Du Xiaofu to be rather surprised. However, to Du Xiaofu, this wasn't anything worth paying attention to. As he began to size up the entire shop, the scattered dust within the shop made Du Xiaofu slightly frown. This shop was cold and cheerless, and it didn't seem like it was doing business at all. There was also a gray-robed old man behind the counter, leaning against the wall with his eyes slightly closed. There seemed to be some saliva flowing out of his mouth, and he actually looked like he was asleep. Since he had already entered the shop, Du Xiaofu casually looked around. There were bits and pieces of elixirs and pills, as if they were being sold at a clearance sale. Their grades weren't high, and there wasn't anything that caught Du Xiaofu's attention. In this shop, there were really only bits and pieces of elixirs and pills, and there was nothing else. Du Xiaofu slightly sized up the shop and casually asked the sleeping old man behind the counter, "Shopkeeper, do you have crown lotus and frost jade orange flowers?" You clearly saw that there are no crown lotus and frost jade orange flowers in this shop, but you still ask me, "Are you purposely disturbing my sleep? If you're not buying anything, then leave. Don't disturb my sleep." The sleeping old man behind the counter didn't even open his eyes, and his tone wasn't very friendly. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He really didn't expect this shopkeeper to be so good at doing business. No wonder this shop was so cold and cheerless. He smiled bitterly and was about to walk out of the shop when suddenly the ground began to shake, as if an earthquake was about to happen. Ao ao. At the same time, the roars of many demonic beasts could be heard from afar, and they were getting closer and closer, causing the ground to shake. Rumble. There were no less than 40 dark wolf horses galloping, stirring up dust and filling the sky. On the back of each dark wolf horse, there were several burly men with powerful auras. They stirred up dust and sand, and finally, they came to a stop at the entrance of the medicinal hut in an overbearing manner. Shwa shwa. 200 men dismounted from their horses, each of them wielding a broadsword. Their aura was fierce, and killing intent filled the air. In an instant, it enveloped the entire medicinal hut. What's going on? Who is Free Cloud sect dealing with? Even sect leader Lu Tianqiao has personally come. Although it was a deserted street, quite a number of onlookers quickly gathered at this moment. Even in the neighboring street, when they sensed such a huge commotion, a large number of people began to swarm over. No matter where it was, there would be no lack of people who wanted to watch the show. More than 200 men were brimming with killing intent, and each of them wielded a broadsword. There were 3 men in the lead, and their auras were even more vigorous and fierce. Sect leader, our men have been secretly following him, and finally found out that the kid had entered this place. A man with the face of a rat stepped forward and spoke to the man in the lead, who was dressed in tight clothing. Surround him, don't let even a fly escape. The man in tight clothing waved his hand, and the men behind him immediately surrounded the entrance of the medicinal hut. Each of them wielded a broadsword and looked murderous. Let me tell everyone a piece of bad news. Little you originally thought that he was useless and wouldn't be able to meet any girls today. However, he was really invited by someone. Hence, Little you wants to go out for a meal and maybe even watch a movie. I won't be updating today, it's a holiday. However, today's update is normal, and I'll update it tomorrow. Alright, I'm going out for a holiday. Chapter 182. That purple-robed brat, come out and accept your death. A sinister voice rang out, as numerous gazes were fixed on the entrance of the medicine shop. Within the shop, Du Xiaofu's face darkened slightly as he slowly walked out. The skinny old man and the freckled lady exchanged glances, before slowly walking out of the shop as well. Association leader, Elder, it's that brat. He's the one who killed our men. As Du Xiaofu walked out of the shop, numerous gazes immediately fell upon Du Xiaofu's body. Among the group of men wielding machetes, several burly men stepped forward and pointed at Du Xiaofu as they spoke to the 3 men at the front. Many people looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise in their eyes, especially the 3 people who had the strongest aura fluctuations. Their eyes were even more surprised. That purple-robed young man looked like he was still wet behind the ears. Was his strength really as extraordinary as the disciple had described? Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the crowd, and it was not difficult for him to identify these men. Among them, there were 10 burly men who had been released from Dark Forest Town not long ago. Their faces darkened slightly as their gazes fell upon the 3 men at the front. Initial Pulse Spirit Stage, Pulse Spirit Stage Mysterious, Pulse Spirit Stage Nirvana Realm. The 3 men at the front were all Pulse Spirit Stage cultivators. From the fact that they did not conceal their auras, Du Xiaofu could easily guess their cultivation levels. Of the 3 Pulse Spirit Stage cultivators, the man in the middle had the highest cultivation level, having reached the Nirvana Realm. Among the 3 men in the middle, a burly man on the left took 2 steps forward. He was dressed in tight clothes, and the muscles on his arms bulged as if they were about to rip his clothes apart. His gaze was cold as he stared straight at Du Xiaofu and said, "Brat, you killed my Free Cloud Gang's men. Kill yourself, and I'll leave your corpse intact." So it was that brat who killed the Free Cloud Gang's men. No wonder Lu Tianqiao came personally to kill them in Dark Forest. That brat is like a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. He actually dared to kill Free Cloud Gang's men in Dark Forest. He's simply courting death. At this point, the crowd of onlookers started to discuss amongst themselves. Following the words of the burly man, everyone knew why Free Cloud's sect was so furious. Du Xiaofu slowly took 2 steps forward. His resolute face was indifferent. He looked at the strong man who spoke and said, "Get lost from where you came from. I don't want to kill anyone today. Don't provoke me." At this time, Du Xiaofu really didn't want to make a move. Dark Forest Town wasn't small, so there would definitely be people from the Black Fiend sect. If someone from the Black Fiend sect were to recognize his identity, then it would be really troublesome. Is this kid an idiot? As soon as Du Xiaofu's words rang out, regardless of whether it was the Free Cloud sect or the crowd of spectators, when they heard Du Xiaofu's words, they all paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Kiki, the strong man, was the first to speak. His face was filled with killing intent, and a mocking smile appeared on it. His gloomy face twitched slightly as he laughed coldly. "You think you can do it? Kid, I, Xiongli, have been in Dark Forest for so many years. I've seen all kinds of people. However, this is the first time I've seen someone like you, who's still wet behind the ears. You're courting death." Pursing his lips, Du Xiaofu didn't waste any more words with the strong man. A pulse spirit realm cultivator, Du Xiaofu really didn't put him in his eyes. In the past few days, he had killed quite a number of pulse spirit realm cultivators from the Black Fiend sect. Among the people from Free Cloud sect, only the strongest pulse spirit realm cultivator at the Nirvana realm could pose a threat to him. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything else. Instead, he slowly walked towards the strong man. Following Du Xiaofu's actions, a murderous aura flashed across the strong man's sneering and mocking face. His killing intent shot out, and his fat face instantly became ferocious and terrifying. He really did look a little like a ferocious bear. "Kid, you're courting death," the strong man shouted loudly. He stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. His strong body was extremely fast, and like lightning, he pounced towards Du Xiaofu. His cold and gloomy face sneered. His profound qi surged, and his hand slapped out like a bear's paw, causing the air to explode with a crackling sound. It directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Just as the strong man's body was about to move, a faint, golden, profound qi quickly spread out around Du Xiaofu's body. A faint, golden light spread out, and instantly it seemed to envelop his entire body. Just as the strong man's palm was about to hit him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and fiercely punched the strong man's palm. Bang, 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 bang. Wherever the fist passed, there were 13 muffled sounds in the air. After that, it directly hit the strong man's palm. Boom! When the fist and palm collided, an extremely strong energy wave immediately rippled out from the point of impact. A fierce energy wave violently surged out. Then, the ground under the strong man's feet quietly cracked open. His gloomy and murderous gaze instantly turned into a look of horror. Pucci! Then, a terrifying tidal wave of wind directly caused the strong man's body to fly away like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, his strong body was like a fragile bamboo that was blown away by a strong wind. In the end, he fiercely smashed into the ground more than 10 meters away. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and did not get up again. Free Cloud Sect Xiong Li was actually unable to withstand a single blow from that kid. The surrounding onlookers were dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold in front of them. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Xiong Li's cultivation was at the initial stage of the pulse spirit stage. In the entire Dark Forest town, he was extremely powerful, but now he was actually killed in a single blow. At this moment, the surrounding onlookers finally understood why the purple-robed youth dared to kill the Free Cloud Sect's people in Dark Forest town. "Little bastard, I, Lu Tianqiao, swear that today I will definitely turn your bones into ashes." In a short moment, Just as the burly man was blown away by Du Xiaofu's punch, the man in the black robe's face twitched fiercely. He roared furiously, and his body shot out, and a fist fiercely blasted toward Du Xiaofu. The person who attacked was the Free Cloud sect's leader, Lu Tianqiao. In front of his fist, there seemed to be runes flashing. Its power was terrifying. The energy wave rippled like waves, swift and fierce. Facing a pulse spirit stage Nirvana realm cultivator, Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he was also a threat to himself. His hand seals changed and condensed. A faint golden xian qi suddenly surged. Only at the pulse stage mystery realm. Unbelievable. As Du Xiaofu's body suddenly released a huge wave of energy, the skinny old man at the entrance of the shop suddenly revealed a look of surprise on his dark, wrinkled face. The faint golden xian qi surged. A palm print was sent out from Du Xiaofu's hand. The energy wave around the palm print was like a stormy sea. The overlapping energy waves directly collided with Lu Tianqiao's fist under the shocked gazes of many. Bang! When the two collided, the sound of an energy explosion rang out. The former's fierce and vigorous fist energy was directly pushed back by Du Xiaofu in the most barbaric way. It was a kind of forceful suppression. Dang dang! But at the same time, under the impact of the opponent's vigorous and fierce xianqi energy, Du Xiaofu's feet also staggered back at the same time. Every step he took, the ground would emit a caw-caw sound. Gravel and dust were sent flying. Cracks spread out from the dust under his feet. After 3 steps, he stabilized his body. Pulse stage mystery realm. How is this possible? Lu Tianqiao was also pushed back 2 steps. After the second step, he stabilized his body. The ground beneath his feet also started to crack. His gloomy and murderous eyes were filled with shock. Then his eyes were still covered with killing intent. He curled his lips and said disdainfully, "So, you only have some brute strength. With your pulse stage mystery realm cultivation, you actually have the guts to kill my Free Cloud sex people. No matter what, you're dead today." Du Xiaofu did not pay any attention to Lu Tianqiao's words. He stamped his foot on the ground, and xian qi swept out from his feet. Borrowing the force of the xian qi, his body suddenly flew out. He used the wave-treading free steps. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Tianqiao like a ghost. Bang! Faint golden xian qi surged in his hand. Clenching his 5 fingers, Du Xiaofu's fist directly punched towards Lu Tianqiao's head. It was a simple punch, but it was clean and neat. Its power was like thunder. You're courting death." Lu Tianqiao shouted coldly. However, he was shocked and surprised by Du Xiaofu's speed. That terrifying purple-robed youth was not only fast, but also unpredictable. It was accompanied by a fierce and domineering aura. Therefore, Lu Tianqiao used all his strength. Relying on the advantage and suppression of his cultivation, he immediately exchanged blows with Du Xiaofu. Lu Tianqiao naturally knew his own advantages, and he also knew the advantages of the terrifying purple-robed youth. His speed was ridiculously fast, and his movements were unpredictable. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Tianqiao had an advantage in terms of cultivation level, it would have been difficult to defend against him. Even so, every time their attacks collided, he would be fiercely pushed back by his opponent. The brute strength of his body was even more terrifying than his unpredictable speed. Du Xiaofu also knew his own advantages. The toughness of his body and the wave-like, carefree steps were his current advantages. However, his opponent was at the pulse realm of the Nirvana realm. His opponent's strength was definitely not ordinary. His defense was also impenetrable. Every attack would be forcefully blocked by his opponent using his cultivation advantage. It was definitely not an easy task to deal with a pulse realm of the Nirvana realm cultivator. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the low sonic booms, The exchange of blows between the two could be described as dazzling. Those with lower cultivation couldn't even see it clearly. From time to time, there would be a low, muffled sound of energy. Vast and mighty energy surged. The surrounding gravel shot out violently. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The onlookers kept retreating. Following the exchange of blows between the two in the field, the freckled woman at the entrance of the shop, who was originally rather calm, started to show signs of shock. I won't tell you that in my dream, I thought I was already writing a lot of words. Flowers and rewards were flying everywhere. After I got up, I realized that I was still lying on the bed and hadn't gotten up. Everything was just an illusion. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm crying. I'm rushing to write. Chapter 183. To possess this level of movement and physical strength, he must have come from an extraordinary place. Where did this kid come from? On the skinny old man's dark, wrinkled face, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes, and his gaze became more and more doubtful. Pum, pum, pum. The clash in the arena became more and more intense, and the low, rumbling sounds of energy could be heard everywhere. The surrounding spectators had originally thought that the purple-robed youth was dead for sure, but now they were all shocked. The powerful purple-robed youth was actually able to stand toe-to-toe with Lu Tianqiao. From the looks of it, the purple-robed youth had never placed free cloud sect in his eyes. After exchanging over 10 blows, Lu Tianqiao became more and more shocked. He had originally thought that the purple-robed youth in front of him only had brute strength. How strong could a pulsating stage, mystical realm cultivator be? But after exchanging blows with him, Lu Tianqiao finally understood how terrifying this purple-robed youth was. He was actually able to stand toe-to-toe with him. One must know that in terms of physical strength, Lu Tianqiao had always been somewhat conceited about himself. This kid's cultivation technique must be at least of the Xian grade, and that strange movement technique is not ordinary either. If I can get my hands on it, I'll be rich. Lu Tianqiao muttered in his heart as he stared intently at the ever-changing, purple-robed figure. Greed gradually surged in his cold eyes. I can't drag this on any longer. If I can't even deal with a kid who's still wet behind the ears, I'm afraid I'll become the laughingstock of the entire dark forest town. Free cloud sect's power and influence will also be greatly reduced. As this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Tianqiao's expression became more and more ruthless. Pum! The two of them clashed once again and then separated. Lu Tianqiao took advantage of the momentum to retreat, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. At the same time, a broad-backed scimitar appeared in his hand. Boom! As the scimitar appeared in his hand, its power was astonishing. The scimitar seemed to have a life of its own, and its killing intent surged. Runes surged, and the surrounding energy of heaven and earth fluctuated, as if it was gathering towards the broad-backed scimitar. Obviously, it was not something an ordinary weapon could compare to. Just the power and might of the scimitar alone was enough to cause those with lower cultivation to tremble in fear. Lu Tianqiao is going all out. He's even using the violent profound saber. The violent profound saber is a true spirit artifact. I wonder if that purple-robed youth can withstand it. With the broad-backed scimitar in hand, Lu Tianqiao's aura suddenly soared once again. With the spiritual artifact, the violent profound saber, he had killed countless people of the same cultivation level. Even if he met someone of a higher cultivation level than him, he would still be able to fight back. This was one of the main reasons why he was able to allow free cloud sect to control Dark Forest Town. Runes spread out from the broad-backed scimitar. They seemed to be absorbing the energy fluctuations in the surrounding space, causing an energy vortex to form in the space around the scimitar. Gales whistled on the ground, causing sand and stones to fly. It was as if the vortex wanted to devour everything as terrifying energy gathered. Spirit weapon, huh? Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the broad-backed scimitar in Lu Tianqiao's hand. He did not seem to have any weapons at the moment. However, this spirit weapon seemed to be quite extraordinary. His face turned serious as he raised his eyebrows. He reached into his robes and pulled out a palm-sized bronze stone. Lu Tianqiao did not believe that the purple-robed youth in front of him would be able to withstand it. He took a step forward and almost leaped into the air. He then swooped down. A terrifying aura erupted as he slashed down with his scimitar. He shouted, "Violent saber technique, go to hell!" As his voice fell, the energy vortex around the violent, profound saber suddenly stopped. Within the energy vortex, a saber light that seemed to have solidified appeared. It carried a fierce energy as it swept out in all directions. Xiao, xiao! Energy rippled and the space trembled. The blade light shot toward Du Xiaofu, tearing through the air like a bomb. "It's so strong. Retreat quickly." Under such a terrifying energy fluctuation, the surrounding people retreated one after another. Once they were touched by the fierce energy fluctuation, the consequences would be unimaginable. That sharp and ferocious blade, glow, swept towards Du Xiaofu in an instant. Everyone's eyes were tightly focused on Du Xiaofu's body. "Destroy!" With a soft shout, the bronze mountain stone in Du Xiaofu's hand was suddenly wrapped in a golden light. Like an impact cannon, it directly slammed into the overlapping saber light. "Despicable human, you actually want me to block the saber for you. I will not let you off." This saber seems to be edible." A voice rang out from the bronze mountain peak. Immediately after, the voice was filled with surprise and even excitement. However, this voice was drowned in the terrifying energy fluctuation. For some reason, Du Xiaofu could hear it clearly. It was as if the voice was ringing in his mind. Walala! Under everyone's gaze, the purple-robed youth threw out a strange object. The light was dazzling. Golden talisman runes spread out and directly destroyed the layers of materialized saber light. The fierce saber light was destroyed as easily as breaking dry weeds. What kind of strange object is this? Lu Tianqiao, who swooped down, was shocked. The object wrapped in the golden talisman runes was overbearing and fierce. The aura that spread out made his heart tremble for no reason. However, he immediately suppressed the uneasy aura in his heart. The violent, profound saber in his hand directly slashed at the object, wrapped in the golden talisman runes. "Break!" Lu Tianqiao shouted. He did not believe that this strange object could withstand his violent, profound saber. The saber light swept down, as if it was going to split the space. In an instant, it hit the object wrapped in the golden talisman runes. Swoosh, swoosh! In a flash, under everyone's gaze, the energy of the golden spear collided violently. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, the broad saber in Lu Tianqiao's hand slashed into the golden talisman runes. Heavens, am I seeing things? However, an incredible scene appeared. There seemed to be something terrifying inside the golden talisman runes. It directly swallowed the violent, profound saber in Lu Tianqiao's hand. "Kacha, kacha!" From the golden talisman runes, there was a crisp sound like a child eating potato chips. Then, the blade of the broad saber began to crack. Pieces of the blade disappeared. Lu Tianqiao's violent, profound saber was wrapped in the golden talisman runes from the tip of the saber. Then it disappeared. It strangely disappeared. "Kacha, kacha!" Only the kacha-kacha sound, like firecrackers exploding, could be heard. How can this be? My violent, profound saber. Lu Tianqiao's expression changed. His body was at a low altitude, and he immediately retreated. However, he could not get rid of the golden talisman runes. In less than 2 breaths, the broad saber, which was at least 2 feet long, disappeared. It was eaten by the thing inside the golden talisman runes, all the way to the hilt. Dang dang. Lu Tianqiao's eyes were filled with shock as he fell to the ground. He staggered and retreated. The hilt of the saber fell to the ground. Then it was wrapped by the golden talisman runes and was eaten clean. In the end, the golden talisman runes disappeared, revealing a bronze stone. What a strange thing! At the entrance of the shop, the skinny old man and the freckled woman were also surprised. The skinny old man and the freckled lady's gazes landed on the square. They did not turn their heads around to notice that the gray-clothed, long-robed old man, who had been sleeping with his eyes shut behind the counter, had suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. A glint flickered within his eyes before it disappeared in an instant. "Did you do it? You wastrel. That's a spiritual weapon. Why don't you leave it to me?" As the golden talisman runes disappeared, Du Xiaofu took a big step forward and grabbed the demon stone in his hand. His eyes were filled with shock and heartache. Du Xiaofu knew that the mountain peak stone was a demon stone. Moreover, it was an extraordinary demon stone. However, he did not expect the demon stone to be so abnormal. Not only could it swallow the elixir, it could even swallow the opponent's spiritual weapon. Du Xiaofu's original intention was to use the demon stone to resist the spiritual weapon. Directly swallowing the opponent's spiritual weapon was something that Du Xiaofu did not expect. The value of a spiritual weapon was absolutely terrifying. It was directly swallowed by the demon stone. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to be more heartbroken than Lu Tianqiao. "I'm so full. I want to rest. Don't touch me again. Otherwise, I won't be able to play with you." The voice of the mountain peak stone came out from Du Xiaofu's mind. Then the last of the talisman runes on the surface also dimmed. "Bastard, I'll deal with you later." Du Xiaofu immediately put the mountain peak stone into his arms. He made up his mind. When he had time, he must study this demon stone as soon as possible. It swallowed his spiritual weapon. This debt must be settled. In Du Xiaofu's mind, the opponent's spiritual weapon was already equivalent to his own. Everyone in the field was stunned. They could not believe that Lu Tianqiao's spiritual weapon had disappeared. It was as if it was eaten by a stone. "My spiritual weapon, bastard, little bastard, I will not let you go." After Lu Tianqiao recovered from his shock, he immediately went berserk. His heart was already bleeding. He didn't know how much effort he had put in, and he almost lost his life to obtain the violent, profound saber. However, Lu Tianqiao did not expect that his spiritual weapon, the violent, profound saber, would be destroyed by the purple-robed young man. His mood could be imagined. His eyes were almost spitting fire. His hand seals were constantly condensing. His whole body surged with light. Runes flashed and his aura surged again. Continue to write. Chapter 184. Lu Tianqiao is about to activate his arterial spirit. In a short moment, a terrifying aura erupted. Behind Lu Tianqiao, the vain spirit of a brownish-yellow demon wolf condensed. The runes glowed brightly, and its power was astonishing. The spectators found it difficult to breathe, and their xian qi was blocked. "Elo!" The demon wolf howled as if it was alive. Its terrifying aura raged violently. It was at least 3 zhang in size, and the surrounding heaven and earth energy rippled like boiling water. "Elo!" As the demon wolf howled, the dozens of dark wolf horses in Free Cloud sect all howled and prostrated themselves on the ground, their eyes trembling. What a terrifying, violent demon, wolf, vain spirit. It's a famous demon beast on the Earth Beast list. Lu Tianqiao's vain spirit is indeed strong. Its power is no less than a spirit weapon. Kid, go to hell. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding onlookers, Lu Tianqiao roared loudly and urged the violent demon wolf, which was as big as a living creature, to immediately pounce towards Du Xiaofu. "Elo!" The violent demon wolf howled and pounced, as if it had become one with Lu Tianqiao. Its ferocious and terrifying aura swept through the surroundings, stirring the hearts of the spectators. Under such a terrifying aura, Du Xiaofu also moved. His hands formed a seal, and his entire body seemed to be bursting with domineering runes. Elo! The violent dipper demon wolf's illusory figure was like a living creature as it instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu with a terrifying aura. It opened its malevolent large mouth, revealing its fangs that were covered in runes. A powerful energy fluctuation spread out from it, causing the surrounding space to tremble intensely. Can that purple-robed youth still withstand it? At this moment, many of the spectators were trembling, and their hearts were filled with worry for Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, just as the ferocious violent demon wolf pounced in front of Du Xiaofu's clear eyes flashed with a lightning-like light. The purple robe around his body instantly fluttered, and a loud shout came out of his mouth. Roar! His shout was like the roar of a dragon, like the cry of a divine elephant. A domineering aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's body, and cracks spread out from under his feet. Boom! The earth was trembling, space was trembling violently, and an overbearing and peerless aura surged. At this moment, the eyes on the tanned face of the skinny old man standing at the entrance of the shop also shone brightly. His expression was one of shock. In a split second, under the blurry gazes of the surrounding people, the seals formed by the hands of the purple-robed young man changed. The mysterious symbols released ripples, transforming into countless palm prints in a lightning-like manner. As the mysterious symbols cut through the air, they violently rushed out and violently collided with the violent dipper demon wolf's illusory figure. Buzz! Such a collision seemed to be mixed with the sound of wind and thunder. The muffled sound of energy that was like thunder suddenly resounded in this space. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, a terrifying energy ripple swept out like a stormy sea, causing the space to tremble violently. Under the terrifying aura fluctuations, it caused one's scalp to go numb and their hearts to palpitate. Walala! The energy dissipated, and the violent dipper demon wolf's illusory figure did not last long under the sweeping energy. It was directly destroyed and turned into runes that dissipated. With the pulse spirit destroyed, Lu Tianqiao opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his figure still followed the pulse spirit, passing through the terrifying energy storm and instantly appearing in front of Du Xiaofu. A claw print in his hand spread out runes, as if it was going to tear apart the space, and suddenly grabbed at Du Xiaofu's throat. It was almost impossible to dodge at such a close distance. The speed and strength of a pulse spirit realm, nirvana realm cultivator, especially when it was an all-out attack, was definitely incomparably powerful. A faint golden light spread out from Du Xiaofu's eyes, revealing a bit of sharpness and terror. Using the wave-like, carefree steps, he avoided his throat in an unbelievable arc. However, Lu Tianqiao's claw print still landed on Du Xiaofu's shoulder like a bolt of lightning, directly grabbing onto Du Xiaofu's left shoulder. Ka! The claw print landed, and the energy burst out, extremely dazzling. However, Lu Tianqiao's gaze changed drastically. His claw print landed on the other party's shoulder, destroying the defensive chi and tearing the robe on the shoulder. However, it was as if he had landed on the hardest rock, unable to move an inch further. At the same time, coldness gushed out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. A faint golden light surged around his body, and he opened his palm like a cattail leaf fan, along with the flickering of faint golden runes. Layer upon layer, it was as if a pair of golden wings had condensed around his palm in an instant. Sky-shaking wings. A domineering and ferocious aura suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's body and swept out, causing the space to tremble. Then, this hand also ruthlessly slapped Lu Tianqiao's body at close range. Bang! Before everyone could recover from their shock, they heard a low, muffled sound mixed with the sound of bones breaking. Everyone's vision blurred, and then they saw Lu Tianqiao's body fly backward like a kite with a broken string. In the end, he fell heavily dozens of meters away. Bang! Where Lu Tianqiao landed, The ground trembled and cracks spread. Then, large amounts of blood spurted out from his mouth. Uft! Du Xiaofu leapt up. Like a ferocious tiger, he instantly pounced on Lu Tianqiao, who had landed on the ground. The moment Lu Tianqiao's body landed, his fist directly smashed into Lu Tianqiao's head. Bang! With a single punch, Lu Tianqiao's head was smashed into the cracks in the ground. His skull caved in and cracked, and he couldn't be more dead. Lu Tianqiao is dead. Everyone looked at Lu Tianqiao's corpse that had been stuffed into the cracks and ground, and then they turned to look at the skinny, purple-robed young man. All of them were shocked. The purple robe on Du Xiaofu's shoulder was torn, and there were some faint green marks on his bare skin. They were left behind by Lu Tianqiao's claw. There were some injuries, but they weren't serious. He had relied on his powerful physical strength to block the claw print. However, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that if Lu Tianqiao had been just a little bit stronger, there would have been several bloody holes on his shoulder. Du Xiaofu's skinny figure stood in the middle of the battlefield. His purple robe swept across, and his eyes shone with a faint golden light. It was sharp and terrifying. His cold gaze swept across the remaining Free Cloud sect members as he shouted, "Scram! The sect leader is dead too. Hurry up and run." The remaining Free Cloud sect members finally regained their senses. How would they dare to stay any longer? Immediately they fled in panic. In contrast to the murderous aura from before, they were now like stray dogs scrambling to escape. The last remaining Free Cloud sect member, who was at the mysterious stage of meridians, ran even faster, afraid that the purple-robed young man would attack him again. Elo! Dozens of Darkwolf horses also roared and galloped away. With incredible speed, the Free Cloud sect members and their Darkwolf horses all fled in a hurry. Hoo! Many of the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. The purple-robed young man was so young, but his strength was so terrifying that it was shocking. The freckled lady at the entrance of the shop looked at the skinny figure in purple robes and was extremely shocked. Looking at the fleeing Free Cloud sect members, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. However, there was not much joy on his face. After retrieving a Qian Kuan bag from Lu Tianqiao's corpse, Du Xiaofu decided to leave immediately. With such a huge commotion, he was afraid that it would attract the attention of the Black Fiend sect. If the Black Fiend sect were to recognize him, that would be the real problem. Compared to the Black Fiend sect, Free Cloud sect was nothing. Kid, you've made such a mess of my shop. Don't tell me you're thinking of leaving just like that? Just as Du Xiaofu was about to leave, an old voice suddenly sounded out. From within the medicine hut, an old man dressed in gray robes walked out slowly. When he reached the entrance, he stretched lazily and squinted his eyes at the crowd of onlookers. He said plainly, "Today there are quite a number of people at the entrance of my medicine hut. It's rare to see so many people." The freckled lady who had been standing at the entrance of the shop looked at the old man in gray robes who had suddenly appeared beside her. Her eyes revealed a look of surprise. She had not noticed when the old man had approached her. In other words, if the old man was her enemy, he could have killed her without her noticing. What a strong old man! Could he be the legendary him? Thinking up to this point, she could not help but feel a sense of fear. She had not realized that the old man in gray robes had hidden his strength so well. Perhaps the old man in front of her was the legendary person that she and her grandfather were looking for. On the other hand, the skinny old man's eyes did not show any signs of surprise. His dark and wrinkled face did not show much emotion. It was as if he had already noticed the old man in gray robes approaching. Du Xiaofu's body turned sluggish. His gaze immediately turned towards the entrance of the medicine hut. It was the old man in gray robes who had been sleeping behind the counter. His gaze moved slightly before he politely said, "Shopkeeper, it was the Free Cloud sect that started the fight. I was only defending myself. I don't care about the Free Cloud sect or the Loose Dog sect. They were here to look for you." Now that the entrance of my medicine hut has been reduced to such a state, I naturally have to compensate you." The old man in gray robes looked at Du Xiaofu as he spoke. His voice was still calm, but there was a hint of age in it. Hearing the old man's words, Du Xiaofu was slightly taken aback. He wanted to keep the peace. Since the area around the medicine hut had indeed been destroyed, he could only nod his head helplessly. Following which, he asked the old man in gray robes, "Shopkeeper, how much do you want me to compensate?" "I will compensate you." The old man in gray robe smiled as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Kid, you are quite tactful. This old man will not make things difficult for you. Just now, you had a pretty good stone on you. Just compensate me with that stone." Continue to struggle. Chapter 185. Could it be that he could tell that the mountain peak rock was a demon stone? Wasn't that person still inside? Du Xiaofu had quite a few questions in his heart. His expression fluctuated before he quietly retracted his voice. He then looked at the gray-robed elder and said, "Shopkeeper, how can I compensate you with a broken rock? How about this? I'll compensate you with a few pills or elixirs." When he heard Du Xiaofu's words, an unknown emotion flashed across the gray-robed old man's seemingly turbid eyes. After which, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Brat, I am a man of my word. I will not say it a second time." His words were still extremely flat, without the slightest ripple. However, there was an attitude that left no room for doubt. There was a slight fluctuation in Du Xiaofu's eyes as he looked at the gray-robed old man. The inexplicable feeling in the old man's turbid eyes was also absorbed by Du Xiaofu's eyes. The gray-robed old man seemed to have no aura around him, but there was a faint aura that caused one's heart to tremble. This aura was extremely ferocious, and it seemed to be able to affect one's soul. Huff! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. His eyes then looked at the gray-robed elder and said, "Shopkeeper, I've already said that I can compensate you with a few pills or elixirs. As for the rock in my hand, sorry, I like it very much myself, so I won't part with it." After being rejected by Du Xiaofu, the gray-robed elder narrowed his eyes a little, after which his gaze landed on the faint black imprint on Du Xiaofu's neck that was difficult to detect. He said, "Little fellow, although some things have been sealed, it is not the solution. Someone will eventually find them. If you attack again, I'm afraid that the seal will immediately become problematic. Why don't we go in and discuss it?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was shocked. This person was obviously talking about the Black Fiend soul-chasing seal on his body. The Black Fiend soul-chasing seal that had been sealed by Dongli Qingqing was unexpectedly seen through by this gray-robed elder. This was enough to prove that this elder was definitely not as calm as he looked. "Shopkeeper, there's no need for that." Du Xiaofu shook his head. The stranger this person was, the more Du Xiaofu didn't want to get too close to him. "Brat, don't speak too soon. Why don't we come in and talk? Maybe we can have a good talk. If you think you can leave, you can try." As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed elder turned around and walked into the shop. He didn't pay any more attention to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu stared blankly at the back of the gray-robed elder as he pondered in his heart. That gray-robed elder was definitely not an ordinary person. If he were to leave now, would he truly be able to escape? Furthermore, there were still people from the Black Fiend sect searching and hunting him down. However, the gray-robed elder wanted the demon's stone on him. Du Xiaofu naturally wasn't willing to let that happen. After hesitating for a moment, Du Xiaofu still walked towards the shop in the end. His faint intuition told Du Xiaofu that it would be very difficult for him to leave this place. As such, he could only go in and take a look. Walking to the entrance of the shop, Du Xiaofu, the skinny elder, and the freckled lady brushed past each other. "Brat, thank you very much outside Dark Forest Town." As they brushed past each other, the skinny elder suddenly raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu as he spoke. Du Xiaofu's footsteps paused as he entered the shop. He glanced to the side and carefully observed the skinny elder and the freckled lady for a while. During the intense battle between him and Lu Tianqiao, the elder and the freckled lady stood at the entrance and didn't retreat at all. Although one of them looked weak and the other had one foot in the grave, the two of them didn't even blink during the fight just now. How could they be ordinary old people and women? With a bitter smile on his face, Du Xiaofu knew that he had been too nosy outside dark forest town. If he hadn't intervened, nothing would have happened to the two of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caused so much trouble. At this moment, even the demon stone was being targeted. It wasn't that he regretted intervening. Du Xiaofu didn't regret helping the old man and woman. However, his eyesight was still somewhat lacking. It seemed that he still needed to hone his eyesight. Looking at the skinny elder, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he said, "No need to thank me. It's my eyesight that's lacking." Haha. When he heard this, the skinny old man was slightly taken aback, after which he smiled and said, "Young man, you are quite interesting. Your eyesight can be honed. However, this old man owes you a favor. You won't lose out." Du Xiaofu looked at the skinny old man. His eyes flickered, and then he looked straight at the skinny old man and said, "This old man's words are wrong. Sometimes a favor is worth tens of thousands of gold, and sometimes it's worthless. It depends on who owes the favor. What do you think?" The skinny elder was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "What you said makes sense. It does make some sense. Just now, you said that you owe me a favor. I wonder if the favor that you owe me is worth tens of thousands of gold coins, or is it nothing?" Du Xiaofu looked directly at the skinny old man and asked. There was a slight smile on his resolute face. Ha 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 ha! The skinny elder didn't speak again. He only smiled with his tanned face. Du Xiaofu didn't speak either. Then he turned around and entered the shop. "Grandpa, this kid is too rude to you." Looking at Du Xiaofu's back, the freckled lady glared at Du Xiaofu. Interesting and powerful. Haha. The skinny elder smiled and said to the freckled lady, I told you that this kid isn't someone that can be compared to those silk pants in our family. Come, let's go in and take a look." The freckled lady raised her eyes and pouted slightly. Then she continued to follow behind the skinny elder. "Let's disperse. Free Cloud Sect is done for. However, I heard that Free Cloud Sect has a backer. I'm afraid that the backer of Free Cloud Sect will not let this matter rest. Let's disperse. Don't cause any trouble." As Du Xiaofu entered the shop, the crowd started to disperse. Since the show was over, there was nothing left to watch. Du Xiaofu walked into the shop. The gray-robed elder was leaning over the counter, tidying up the dust on the counter. When he heard Du Xiaofu's footsteps, he didn't even raise his head. Instead, he said softly, "Kid, hand over the stone, and I won't make things difficult for you. I'm not giving it up." Du Xiaofu looked at the gray-robed elder's back and said, "You have no other choice. If you don't hand over the stone, you can forget about leaving." When the gray-robed elder heard this, he turned around and raised his head slightly to look at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were cloudy and dull, but gradually there was a slight chill in them. Du Xiaofu didn't expect that the old man would turn hostile the moment he entered the shop. In fact, he had already expected this to happen. His face darkened as he said, "If you don't let me leave, then I can only tear down your medicinal hut and leave. You're so young, but you talk big." Just as he finished speaking, the gray-robed elder's cloudy eyes suddenly shone. An extremely powerful aura spread out and instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Just as this powerful aura surged out and oppressed him, a pale golden light immediately wrapped around Du Xiaofu's body, resisting the powerful but oppressive aura. Then the look in his eyes changed greatly. Soul Symbol Master. Du Xiaofu could tell from the gray-robed elder's terrifying aura that this person was actually a soul symbol master. Moreover, he was an absolutely powerful soul symbol master. Bullying a kid at your age, I'm afraid you're taking advantage of your seniority." A faint voice sounded. The skinny elder slowly walked in. His eyes fell on the gray-robed elder, and Du Xiaofu with a slight smile. "If you're not going to buy anything, then leave early." The gray-robed elder's eyes also fell on the skinny elder. He smiled faintly and said, "If someone knows that the North Vanquishing Prince has appeared in the dark forest, I'm afraid that there will be a few old fellows here who will be very interested." The skinny old man smiled faintly when he heard this, after which he looked at the gray-robed old man and said, "If anyone knows that the great Medicine King is in the dark forest, I'm afraid that the small dark forest town will soon be filled with people." Medicine King, North Vanquishing Prince. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he looked at the two elders. His heart trembled slightly. It seemed that his luck today was not very good. He had encountered two elders who seemed to have an extraordinary background. His luck was really bad. When the gray-robed elder heard this, he immediately withdrew his aura and his attention fell on the skinny elder. As the gray-robed elder withdrew his aura, the pressure on Du Xiaofu also immediately disappeared. The faint golden light on his body also slowly withdrew. His eyes looked left and right at the two elders, happy to watch the show. %. After looking at the skinny elder for a while, the gray-robed elder's face revealed a smile and said, "Even if someone knows that I'm in the dark forest, so what? At most, I'll just change to another place. But you, the North Vanquishing Prince, are different. Your old injuries are serious. If you don't treat them, you will die in half a year or at most 3 years. If someone knows that the North Vanquishing Prince's old injuries are serious, your strength will be greatly reduced. I'm afraid that you won't be able to walk out of the dark forest in half a year." Cough, cough! The skinny old man coughed a few times. His stick-like body heaved violently as he coughed. It was as if his body would break at any moment. He looked at the gray-robed old man and said, "You can tell at a glance. The Medicine King is indeed worthy of his reputation. It's time for the 4th watch. Little you continue to update. I will be very conscious, hee. Chapter 186. Medicine King, my grandfather came to the dark forest to ask for your help. Please help." The freckled woman said to the gray-robed old man. Her eyes were full of respect. "I've stopped saving people a long time ago. You've been poisoned by the extremely cold and poisonous dark ice frost serpent. That serpent must be the terrifying monster in the Arctic glacier. Not to mention that I'm not in the mood to save people right now. Even if I was in the mood to save people, I wouldn't be able to save them. All of you go back." The King of Medicine glanced at the freckled woman and waved his robe. "Medicine King!" The freckled woman wanted to say something, but the skinny old man waved his hand to stop her. He said softly, "Fei-er, don't make it difficult for the Medicine King. I just want to walk around and try my luck. No one can cure the dark ice dragon's poison. Let's go." "Grandfather," the freckled woman's eyes lit up. She bit her lips and looked at the Medicine King, pleading. "Medicine King, legend has it that there is no one you cannot save. You are my grandfather's last hope. Please help no matter the cost. Don't have any hope. If the old man behind your empire is still here, maybe he can suppress the dark ice dragon's poison and delay it for 2 or 3 years. Go, don't bother me anymore." The Medicine King waved his hand and seemed to be a little impatient. Hearing this, the freckled woman's hope was extinguished. Her eyes dimmed. "Sorry to bother you." The skinny old man nodded to the Medicine King and said to the freckled woman, "Fea, let's go. We have been to a lot of places. It is time to go home." The freckled woman's eyes were dim. Maybe she was used to being disappointed. She slowly turned around and supported the skinny old man to leave. Suddenly, the skinny old man turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu. He opened his mouth and said, "Young man, do you still want to buy something? If not, do you want to come with me?" Du Xiaofu heard this and was a little surprised. Then a smile appeared on his face. He stepped forward and followed the old man. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said, That is my intention. Kid, our business isn't over yet. Let's leave in a while. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying you. The Medicine King appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, blocking him. His aura spread out again, his gray robes fluttering in the wind. His aura could even affect one's soul. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's mind shuddered. An invisible energy enveloped him and crushed him. Under the pressure, he found it difficult to move. It was as if the entire space had been locked down. What was more important was the discomfort in his soul. This restricted space caused his soul to tremble and feel dizzy. He couldn't muster up any strength and was unable to move. King of Medicine, don't lower yourself to the level of a junior. The skinny old man's voice rang out. At some point in time, he had left the freckled woman's support. His skinny body, which looked like a mulberry stick, walked into the space where Du Xiaofu was bound. So strong! Du Xiaofu was shocked. The skinny old man, known as the North Vanquishing King, was not hindered in the slightest in this comfortable space. This kind of silent and untraceable display of strength was enough to be valiant. North Vanquishing Prince, are you trying to make things difficult for me? The Medicine King's face darkened. Haha, Medicine King, you're too serious. It's just that I owe this kid a favor. Don't make things difficult for me. I won't tell anyone about your whereabouts. Let's just forget about it. The skinny old man said indifferently. His withered hand reached out to Du Xiaofu. He said slowly, Kid, if you want to go with me, then come with me. North Vanquishing Prince, you've gone too far. The Medicine King said softly. The invisible binding force around them suddenly increased. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body trembled. It was as if his body was under heavy pressure from all directions. His internal organs were also shaken. Medicine King, why do you have to make things difficult for a junior? The skinny old man's hand, which was reaching out to Du Xiaofu, seemed to be hindered by the binding space. His speed slowed down for a moment. However, a cold aura, faintly discernible, spread out from his skinny body and resisted the binding space. Then, the hand that was reaching out to Du Xiaofu seemed to pass through space and was about to grab Du Xiaofu's shoulder. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in less than 2 breaths. Chi! At the same time, a symbol light rushed out from nowhere following a soft, rushing wind sound. After which, it directly pierced through the air and directly pierced towards the skinny old man's hand that was reaching towards Du Xiaofu's shoulder. A pressure that caused a piercing pain to one's soul suddenly surged out from nowhere. The skinny old man had no choice but to withdraw his hand. However, at this moment, a silver-white light swept out from his palm. There were also runes spreading out and directly collided with the rune light. A bone-chilling pressure also spread out. Chi, 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 chi. The collision of the 2 runes did not cause any ripples. Instead, the 2 runes shattered and the energy silently dissipated. Dang dang! Only at this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was in the middle of it, felt his soul become extremely dizzy. There was also an icy cold aura that directly swept over his body. Although the binding space around him had disappeared, his body still staggered a few steps back. Chi! The skinny old man's figure immediately appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His dark and wrinkled old face looked at the Medicine King in front of him and said, Medicine King, you have concealed your identity in this place for so many years. I'm afraid that you do not wish to casually change places. Why don't you let this little fellow follow me? The Medicine King's expression was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, he looked at the skinny old man and smiled faintly. All right, I will let you go. However, we will have to see if this little fellow is willing to follow you. Little fellow, follow me. The skinny old man turned his head to look at Du Xiaofu. Before he finished speaking, the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. On Du Xiaofu's neck, the originally indistinguishable black imprint suddenly flashed, after which it appeared like a black birthmark. This caused the skinny old man's eyes to be filled with shock as he said, "It is actually the Black Fiend sect's Black Fiend soul-chasing imprint. Little fellow, it seems that the Black Fiend sect has already found you." Black Fiend soul-chasing imprint. Du Xiaofu's heart was shocked. At this moment, he also felt an itch on his neck. It was as if it was being pulled by some invisible force. The Black Fiend soul-chasing imprint that was sealed by Dongli Qingqing was slowly being undone. It was likely that once the Black Fiend soul-chasing imprint was undone, the Black Fiend sect would be able to easily find him. "It's you!" Du Xiaofu stared at the Medicine King. The undoing of the Black Fiend soul-chasing imprint was most likely related to this person in front of him. The Medicine King shook his head and said disdainfully, "I can indeed undo your seal, but it was not done by me. This is a special method of the Black Fiend sect. I'm afraid that at this moment there are experts from the Black Fiend sect looking for you not far away. They used the Black Fiend soul-chasing imprint on your body to undo the seal. I think that within a day they will be able to find you." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly darkened. He did not expect the Black Fiend sect to catch up with him so quickly. "Little fellow, leave that stone. I will help you completely remove the Black Fiend soul-chasing imprint. In this dark forest, other than the few people from the Black Fiend sect, there is really no one who can completely remove the Black Fiend soul-chasing imprint on your body." After the Medicine King finished speaking to Du Xiaofu, he then looked at the skinny old man and said, "North Vanquishing King, can you bring this little fellow out of the dark forest? You should also know about the people from the Black Fiend sect. With your current strength, I'm afraid that you won't be able to take advantage of them." "Cough, cough!" The skinny old man coughed again and then said to the Medicine King, "I will only bring this little fellow out of here. That guy from the Black Fiend sect is indeed not someone I want to provoke easily. As for other matters, it has nothing to do with me." "Ha ha!" The Medicine King smiled slightly and looked at Du Xiaofu, as if he had determined that Du Xiaofu would not dare to leave. He smiled and said, "Little fellow, you heard it. Do you still want to go with the North Vanquishing King? Little fellow, you have to consider carefully. The favor I owe you is only worth it for me to bring you out of here. Whether you leave or not, this old man will not owe you any favors in the future." The skinny old man also said slowly to Du Xiaofu, "If you stay here, although the Medicine King is a little shameless, he will not take your life." Du Xiaofu frowned and his eyes moved slightly. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. "I have a good point. If I like something, I will never give it to others. So what if I am being chased by the Black Fiend sect? Naturally, I will leave." As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu looked at the skinny old man and said, "Sir, whether you bring me out of this medicinal hut or not, I will leave this place today anyway." The skinny old man's eyes moved slightly, then he nodded and said, "In that case, let's go." As his voice fell, the skinny old man slowly walked away. "Little fellow, you have to consider it carefully. In less than a day, the people from the Black Fiend sect will definitely catch up to you." The Medicine King's face was a little ugly. It seemed that he did not expect that the purple-robed young man would rather be chased by the Black Fiend sect than leave the stone behind. Du Xiaofu looked at the Medicine King and said, "I have already been chased by the Black Fiend sect for a long time, but I am still alive." As his voice fell, he followed behind the skinny old man and left. However, he did not forget to be on guard against the Medicine King at all times. Then, under the Medicine King's gaze, the three of them walked out of the door. As he watched Du Xiaofu and the other two's figures disappear through the door, the Medicine King's aura once again returned to its tranquil state. His eyes moved slightly as he softly muttered, "This little fellow is not simple. His entire body is extraordinary. That stone, could it really be a demonic stone? It can be considered Monday, looking for recommendations, looking for fresh flowers. Little you will continue to work hard tomorrow." Chapter 187. Layer upon layer of forest. The cries of ferocious beasts could be heard from time to time. Swoosh, swoosh. Outside dark forest village, within a dense forest dozens of li away, a streak of light suddenly shot through the air, landing in a patch of forest. The light receded, revealing 3 figures. In the middle was a skinny old man with a dark complexion. On the right was a freckled woman, whose freckles and dark complexion made it difficult to look at her directly. And on the left was a purple-robed young man with a thin figure. These 3 were none other than Du Xiaofu, the skinny old man known as North Vanquishing King, and the freckled woman who had come out from dark forest village's herb hut. Cough, cough. Within the forest, the skinny old man coughed, his skinny chest heaving up and down violently. Then he said to Du Xiaofu, "All right, I'll bring you here." Du Xiaofu clasped his fists and bowed, then said to the skinny old man, "Thank you for your help. I will repay your kindness in the future. I'm only returning your favor. No need to thank me." The skinny old man gazed at Du Xiaofu, his gaze pausing for a moment, then said, "The black fiend soul-chasing seal on your body has already been exposed. The experts of the black fiend sect should be able to catch up very easily. I don't know how you managed to provoke the people of the black fiend sect. Within the dark forest, provoking the black fiend sect does not seem to be a wise choice." Du Xiaofu bitterly smiled. When the black fiend sect was mentioned, a chill spread across his handsome face. He said, "No matter what the reason is, there will be a day when they won't feel good. But at least for now you still need to hide. You will only know what will happen in the future." The skinny old man raised his head slightly, looking straight into Du Xiaofu's eyes, and said, "How about this, you follow me back? Even if you have the black fiend soul-chasing seal on your body, as long as you leave the dark forest and come to this old man's place, the people of the black fiend sect will not be able to do anything to you. In the future, when you are strong enough, you can take your revenge. At that time, this old man might even be able to lend you a helping hand, so you won't have to do it alone." Du Xiaofu did not think too much of it. Looking at the skinny old man, he shook his head and bowed. "Li editor, Alim, but I have to attend to this old man's black fi to come to the dark forest. To return. Time 10 king, soul-chasing king, to Atlas king, to de Zhao, to old, to de king, to the black fiend." The fiend's hearing. Du Xiaofu could only helplessly accept the freckled lady's words. The king-scaled demonic tiger, Dai Xingyu, and the tomboy's whereabouts were unknown, and he still had to go to Tianwu Academy. It was impossible for him to leave the dark forest first. If he stayed in the dark forest, he could at least inquire about Dai Xingyu and the tomboy's whereabouts. If something were to happen to them and he were to leave the dark forest, he would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. Fate, everyone has their own ambitions. We cannot force others to do something against their will. On the other hand, the skinny old man did not show much of a reaction. He turned to the freckled lady and said, "Fate, I remember that you have the crown lotus and the frost jadeite tangerine flower with you. This lad is looking for those 2 spiritual herbs. Why don't you give them to him?" "Yes, grandfather." The freckled lady nodded her head and took out a chinquin bag from her bosom. This chinquin bag was very unique and exquisite. She took out a palm-sized green lotus and a translucent spiritual flower. Instantly, the energy of the spiritual herbs fluctuated, and a multicolored glow spread out. "Here you go. My goodwill is treated as ill intent." The freckled lady seemed to still be angry at Du Xiaofu's rejection of her grandfather. She passed the spiritual herbs in her hand to Du Xiaofu and glared at Du Xiaofu with hatred in her eyes. "Thank you, old mister." Du Xiaofu received the green lotus and the translucent spiritual flower. These were the crown lotus and the frost jadeite tangerine flower that he was looking for. Although these 2 spiritual herbs were not as valuable as the black flame, spirit ginseng, and the golden plum, they were definitely not cheap. He lifted his head to look at the skinny old man and said, "Old mister, these spiritual herbs are extraordinary, and I do not dare to take them for free." Why don't I exchange them with some spiritual herbs? What kind of spiritual herbs does old Mr. need? Small matter, there is no need. The skinny old man shook his head. His tanned face seemed to have weathered the elements and was covered in wrinkles. His gaze did not waver as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The black fiend soul-seeking seal on your body has already been removed by someone. This old man will help you seal it again, although I'm afraid that it will be removed by the people from the black fiend sect again. It should be able to delay them for 1 or 2 more days. You will have to rely on yourself for the rest." Deep in the forest on a mountain peak, several hundred figures appeared on a mountain peak. There were 3 people at the front, a black-clothed old man over 50 years old, a black-clothed young man, and an old man in black robes in the middle. He appeared to be in his 60s and had long brown hair. Waves of faint black light spread around the old man with long brown hair. It was faintly discernible as it wrapped around his body. An energy that shook one's soul spread, causing many large men behind him, who were not strong enough, to tremble intensely. As the brown-haired old man's hand seals changed, he waved the wide sleeves of his black robe, and a faint black energy suddenly swept out from the sleeves. Then it lingered around the changing hand seals. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation rippled out from the fluctuating light and the flickering of the talisman characters. Black Fiend Soul-Seeking Seal. The old man cried out softly. At the same time, he suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. A mouthful of essence blood was spat out from his mouth and directly landed on the faint black energy between the hand seals. Woo-woo! Suddenly, a humming sound was emitted from the faint black energy. It was like waves of cold wind that caused one's heart to tremble. In an instant, a frightening, baleful aura was released. The eyes of the hundreds of large men behind him trembled at the same time. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of black energy fluctuated, as if it was about to faintly shatter. The complexion of the old man with long brown hair also changed abruptly. His hand seals condensed once again, and another mouthful of essence blood was spat out from the tip of his tongue. The faint black energy intensified once again, after which it soared into the sky and rushed towards the left side of the sky. However, in the end, it seemed to be blocked by something invisible. It exploded in midair and turned into surging evil aura symbol energy, after which it slowly dissipated. Dang dang! The old man staggered back a step. His expression also became a little more serious. "District Elder, how is it?" The 50 black-clothed old man immediately stepped forward and asked. An expert intervened and sealed the black fiend soul-chasing seal on that person's body. However, although it is affected, it is not to the extent that we cannot find those people. We have already found the general direction. When the time comes, we will be able to find them after spending some time. The brown-haired old man said in a deep voice. His face was quite gloomy, causing people to feel a chill when they looked at him. "Then quickly go and find them. The treasure must be on those people. We must find the treasure as soon as possible." The black-clothed young man hurriedly said, "Use the flying mounts and search for those people." The brown-haired old man said softly, "Flap, flap." In a short period of time, over a dozen huge, flying monstrous beasts flapped their wings. The whistling wind caused the air currents to become like a storm, after which they rapidly swept into the sky. Du Xiaofu was seated cross-legged on a rock within a dense forest. His body was enveloped by a bone-chilling, icy energy radiance. The skinny old man's hand seals were constantly changing, after which they transformed into runes that shot out and landed on Du Xiaofu's neck. Wave after wave of icy rune light rushed into Du Xiaofu's neck, as though wanting to freeze Du Xiaofu's neck into an ice cube. However, the black seal was gradually concealed by the icy rune energy. Even so, faint traces of it could still be seen. All right, the black fiend soul-chasing seal has been sealed. However, it can buy you at most 1 or 2 days. Take care of yourself. After the skinny old man's voice sounded, Sang's stick-like body slowly stood up. His mouth was coughing nonstop. "Grandpa, you should try your best not to fight. It is not good for your body." The freckled lady stepped forward to support the skinny old man. If her dark and yellow freckled face could be removed, just her facial features alone would definitely make her appear like a delicate rose. "I'm fine. I won't die yet. This body of mine can still be used for a period of time." The skinny old man smiled and said. The icy aura around Du Xiaofu disappeared. He also stood up, looking at the skinny old man. Gratitude filled his eyes as he said, "Thank you, old sir. I will never forget your kindness today. There is no need to be so polite. Where there is cause, there is effect. We are also fated." The skinny old man smiled, after which he waved his skinny wood-like hand and said, "There is not much time left. You should leave quickly. If you are able to survive, just remember this favor of mine in the future. As you have said, I wonder if this favor of yours is dog fart or worth tens of thousands of gold. Ha ha! This little one will take his leave first." Du Xiaofu looked at the skinny old man without saying anything, after which he bowed. Mysterious energy surged under his feet, and his body immediately rushed into the dense forest nearby and disappeared. This fellow really does not know how to appreciate kindness. Grandpa wants to save him, but he actually does not appreciate it. Looking at Du Xiaofu's disappearing back, the freckled lady involuntarily pouted her mouth. The skinny old man smiled and said, "It is not that this brat does not appreciate kindness. He is just not someone who will stay in a small pond." The freckled lady helplessly glared at the skinny old man. She spoke in a somewhat coquettish manner. "Grandpa, you are still protecting him. You should not have intervened. It is not like you do not know about your own body. If you carelessly intervene in the future and affect your body, I will ignore you. It is time for the first watch. Little you, continue writing. Fresh flowers are an urgent need. Great God, Xiaobing has repeatedly burst my chrysanthemum. Begging for fresh flowers, I will continue to fight." Chapter 188. You little girl. The skinny old man smiled faintly, his face somewhat lamenting as he said softly, "If those spoiled brats at home could be half as good as you, then I would be satisfied. Unfortunately, all of them are only good for looks, but not good for anything. Although a few of them can be considered average, they are still lacking by a bit. Grandpa, you are asking too much of them. Besides, I will still be at home." The freckled girl smiled, revealing her neat teeth that were as white as jade. The skinny old man looked at the freckled girl, then smiled and said, "You little girl are at home now, but girls will have to marry sooner or later." "I won't marry. I said I will serve Grandpa for the rest of my life." The freckled girl said shyly, "Sigh, you little girl." The skinny old man sighed softly, his eyes full of love. He then raised his brows slightly and looked towards the depths of the forest. Seeing this, the freckled girl pursed her lips and said softly, "Grandpa, if you really can't let it go and have a fondness for talent, why don't you just kidnap that brat and bring him home? I don't believe he can overturn the heavens." "Ha ha!" The skinny old man instantly laughed. "Little girl, are you trying to steal the bride? If you don't mind that the brat is a few years younger than you, then today this old man really will help you kidnap that brat and bring him home to be your husband. What do you think? This old man really likes that brat." "Grandpa, that's not what I meant. That brat is as stubborn as a donkey and doesn't know how to appreciate others' kindness. I don't like him at all." The freckled girl said shyly. A smile appeared on the skinny old man's dark face. Then he said softly to the freckled girl, "If that brat can escape this calamity, then he will truly be an extraordinary person in the future. My help today will not be in vain. In order to become a true expert, talent is very important, but training is essential. If that brat really wants to go home with me today, then even if he can become an expert in the future, his achievements will be limited and he will not be able to set foot on the true peak. He will be stuck by himself." The freckled woman seemed to understand, but not fully. Her eyes were bright as she said, "Grandfather, he is indeed very strong. However, with his strength, it will be difficult for him to escape the Black Fiend sect's pursuit in the dark forest. Don't worry, the Medicine King is not that easy to deal with. With the addition of the Black Fiend sect, that brat is actually much safer. The rest will depend on how that brat deals with them." The wrinkles on the skinny old man's face rippled as he softly said to the freckled woman, "Girl, if you can see that young man again in the future, then if he needs help in the future, help him as much as you can. Make him owe you more favors. He is not the kind of person who doesn't return favors. Perhaps in the future, he will be able to help you a lot." The freckled woman didn't say anything. On her dark and freckled face, her bright black eyes were deep and transparent. They were black like ink and white like jade, and they flickered like dewdrops. At dusk, in the continuous range of mountains, a cliff wall pressed down like an azure dragon with its head held high. It was so high that it looked like it was about to collapse. At the peak of the mountain, the continuous forest covered the precipice. Clusters of unknown wild flowers jumped out from the rocky cliffs. In a hidden cave, Du Xiaofu lifted a huge rock and blocked the entrance of the cave. Then he sat down cross-legged in the dark cave. Then Du Xiaofu took out a large pile of elixirs from his Qingquan bag. Among them were the frost jade, orange flower, and crown lotus that he had obtained from the freckled woman. Multicolored light spread out, illuminating the cave. The energy fluctuations of the elixirs made Du Xiaofu have an impulse to swallow them whole. Looking at the large pile of elixirs in front of him, Du Xiaofu could only hold back his saliva. The reason why he was looking for the frost jade, orange flower, and crown lotus was because he wanted to refine an elixir. This time, the elixir that Du Xiaofu wanted to refine was not for himself, but for his brother, Zhen Qingchen. From his drunkard father, Du Xiaofu knew that Zhen Qingquan's primordial spirit had been exhausted to the extreme, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. It would take some time for him to wake up. However, it might take a year or two, or even 3 to 5 years, or even longer. However, if he could find some elixirs that could restore the primordial spirit, he would be able to recover faster. Therefore, Du Xiaofu had been looking for elixirs that were beneficial to the primordial spirit. He wanted to refine a type of soothing spirit powder. A while ago, he was only missing the crown lotus and the frost jade orange flower. Therefore, Du Xiaofu wanted to make a trip to Dark Forest Town to look for them. The soothing spirit powder was an animal-grade elixir that could greatly increase one's mental energy. Du Xiaofu did not know if the soothing spirit powder would be of any use to his brother, Zhen Qingchen, but for now, this was the best he could do. Elixirs and pills that could enhance one's mental strength were extremely rare in all kinds of businesses. They were absolutely scarce, and the supply simply couldn't meet the demand. It was difficult to purchase them. In the Lanling Prefecture city, Du Xiaofu had inquired about the soothing spirit powder, but he did not find any suitable elixirs. Not to mention the high price, one had to book a long time in advance. Therefore, he could only refine it himself. At this moment, in the dark forest, Du Xiaofu was constantly being pursued by the Black Fiend sect. In his heart, he was thinking that if big brother Zhen Qingchen was here, perhaps he would be much more relaxed, and perhaps wouldn't be in such a sorry state. These elixir ingredients are hard to come by. I hope I don't fail. Looking at the pile of elixir ingredients in front of him, Du Xiaofu started to feel nervous. If the refining failed, losing these elixir ingredients would be a small matter. But his brother, Zhen Qingchen, waking up and recovering was a big matter. He had to wake him up and recover as soon as possible. Calming himself down, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath, condensing his hand seals. Immediately, a spiritual stove and symbol cauldron condensed in front of him. Blazing flames rose from the inside of the cauldron, and an extremely powerful aura spread out from the cauldron. Let's start refining the soothing spirit powder. With a wave of his hand, a suction force immediately gushed out from his palm, sucking elixir ingredient into his palm, before lightly throwing it into the spiritual stove symbol cauldron. Walala! That elixir ingredient was enveloped by the flames of the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, and immediately started to wither under the high temperature. Finally, drops of light green liquid started to drip out, slowly falling to the bottom of the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, spreading a faint multicolored light as the medicinal energy fluctuated intensely. Then, the second elixir ingredient was thrown into the spiritual stove symbol cauldron by Du Xiaofu. The flames inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron were blazing, as if they had a life of their own. For this kind of refining, if the flame's temperature was a bit higher, it would be enough to completely burn the elixir ingredient into ashes. If the flame's temperature was a bit lower, it wouldn't be enough to refine the elixir ingredient's elixir ingredient. Therefore, this kind of refining required an extremely strict control of mental force and consumed a great deal of mental energy. No mistakes could be made. Time slowly passed, and after a few hours, all the elixirs in front of Du Xiaofu, including the frost jadeite, tangerine flower, and the crown pure lotus, had already been refined by Du Xiaofu into elixir ingredient, floating inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron. The second step. Du Xiaofu didn't dare relax in the slightest, and focused all his attention on controlling the temperature inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron. At this time, he had to be even more careful than when refining the elixir ingredient. At this time, the elixir ingredient inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron had a large amount of elixir ingredient. As long as the temperature was a bit higher, it would be burnt into nothing, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. If the temperature was a bit lower, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the elixir ingredient. Hoo-hoo! Inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, the flames whistled, and as time passed, the elixir ingredient was filled with various impurities. Following Du Xiaofu's mental control, the flames inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron fluctuated like living creatures, wrapping the elixir ingredients impurities before burning them into nothingness. Finally, the elixir ingredients volume became smaller and smaller, but the elixir ingredients fluctuations became more and more violent. In the end, multicolored light filled the air. After doing all this, Du Xiaofu's face was a lot paler. At this time, he couldn't afford any accidents. Du Xiaofu continued to condense and change his hand signs, concentrating on controlling the spiritual stove and the spiritual liquid inside the cauldron, which had already been purified of impurities, started to fuse with each other. Zizi, along with the envelopment of the flames, the different spiritual liquids started to gradually fuse together, and a sizzling sound could be heard from the inside of the cauldron. A faint multicolored light burst out, and smoke started to surge out. You must succeed. Du Xiaofu held onto a belief in his heart, and that was that he absolutely could not fail. He focused all of his attention on the refinement. During this process, Du Xiaofu's energy consumption became greater and greater, and his face became paler and paler. In this way, time slowly passed, and the various spiritual liquids inside the spiritual stove and symbol cauldron finally started to fuse together. Although the process was tedious and complicated, Du Xiaofu still managed to persevere through it, especially the last step, which was completed in one go without the slightest pause. If Zhen Qingchen saw this scene at this moment, he would probably feel aggrieved. Drowning God powder, gather! At the last moment, Du Xiaofu condensed his hand signs, and the profound energy all over his body seemed to be poured into the spiritual stove and symbol cauldron. Surging flames soared to the sky, and a powerful force was suddenly released. Bang! At the time the various spiritual liquids were completely fused, the whole spiritual stove and symbol cauldron suddenly shook violently, and a multicolored light soared to the sky, accompanied by a series of runes. The multicolored light spread out, and the runes changed, rendering the whole cave beautiful and magnificent. The spiritual liquid inside the spiritual stove and symbol cauldron was now sparkling and translucent, and its medicinal power was so rich that the spiritual stove and symbol cauldron were on the verge of exploding. Success! What powerful fluctuations of medicinal power! At the time the sparkling and translucent spiritual liquid finally condensed, it was already the size of an infant's fist. The astonishing fluctuations of energy were breathtaking, causing Du Xiaofu to salivate. Chapter 189. But Du Xiaofu forcibly suppressed these thoughts that were hard for ordinary people to resist. A jade bottle that he had already prepared appeared in his hand, and the spiritual liquid inside the spiritual stove and symbol cauldron was stored inside. Done. Putting away the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron, Du Xiaofu grasped the jade bottle in his hand and let out a long sigh of relief. His complexion was deathly pale. The process of refining the drowning god powder just then was even more exhausting than the previous battle. I hope it's useful. Du Xiaofu took out the small pagoda in which his elder brother Jin, Qingquan's soul, resided. After hesitating for a bit, he poured the soothing god powder inside the jade bottle drop by drop onto the small pagoda. A rich medicinal power fell onto the small pagoda along with a multicolored light. Du Xiaofu didn't know whether this would be useful or not, but Du Xiaofu had no other choice but to do so. Voila! As the titanic god powder dripped onto the small pagoda, a stream of light suddenly appeared on the surface of the small pagoda. Mysterious talisman inscriptions faintly flickered on the surface of the small pagoda. Finally, the air around the small pagoda fluctuated as if there was a suction force gushing out. It directly absorbed the titanic god powder, dripping onto the small pagoda. Is this useful? Seeing this, Du Xiaofu was overjoyed and immediately poured the rest of the spiritual liquid inside the jade bottle onto the small pagoda. The small pagoda was like a bottomless pit, completely absorbing the liquid the size of an infant's fist. Afterwards, the flowing light disappeared, and it returned to its original appearance. Putting away the small pagoda in his hand, Du Xiaofu stared blankly as he touched the Black Fiend soul tracking seal on his neck. He wondered if he could find a way to get rid of this Black Fiend soul tracking seal. He was also a spiritual talisman master. However, if Du Xiaofu wanted to find a way to deal with the Black Evil soul tracking seal, he was afraid that he would break the seal set by North Vanquishing Prince. If that happened, he would lose the little bit of time he had earned with great difficulty. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly. Let's recover first. A short moment later, Du Xiaofu condensed his hand seals and began to recover. 2 days later, dawn, like a sharp sword, split open the curtain of night, ushering in the rays of the rising sun. Dozens of flying demon beasts were hovering in the air in the mountain forest. An old man with long brown hair was standing on the top of a mountain. His entire body was wrapped in a faint black energy. His baleful aura was monstrous. Suddenly, the billowing energy spread out. After that, a jet-black ruined streamer soared into the sky and swept forward. That person seems to be dispelling the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal by himself. Although he hasn't succeeded yet, the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal's traces are getting fainter and fainter. I can't pinpoint the most precise location, but it's in the area ahead. Quickly chase, or we won't be able to find it. The brown-haired old man shouted coldly. Halala! Instantly, dozens of flying mounts spread out, and hundreds of people covered the sky with their flying mounts, searching ahead in an arc. Within the forest, there were also numerous black-clothed figures spreading out. They were carefully searching for any place as they slowly pushed forward. Under such a thorough search, no one would be able to hide. Damned Black Fiend sect! A purple-robed young man's profound energy surged under his feet. His figure quickly fled forward, but he didn't dare to cause too much of a disturbance, so as to avoid alerting the experts chasing after him. The purple-robed young man was Du Xiaofu. After refining the drowning god powder, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the cave to meditate. However, he didn't expect that the people from the Black Fiend sect had already caught up with him. Feeling the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal on his neck loosening, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to flee immediately. Du Xiaofu fled all the way, but the Black Fiend sect's encirclement behind him was getting tighter and tighter. The dense sea of trees was verdant and lush, covering the sky. However, when he occasionally looked back through the gaps between the leaves, Du Xiaofu could see the flying mounts hovering in the air far behind him, as well as the baleful aura that covered the sky and the sun. Du Xiaofu frowned as he activated the wave-like, carefree steps. They were obviously experts in the Black Fiend sect. At this moment, they could sense the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal on his body. It would be too difficult for him to escape, unless he could get rid of the seal on his body. I'm still a little short. I must get rid of it as soon as possible, Du Xiaofu thought to himself. At this moment, golden talisman patterns were surging on his neck as he fled. These golden talisman patterns were like flames that were about to jump out. Under the envelopment of these golden talisman patterns, the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal on his neck was slowly being destroyed and then began to fade. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was activating the cultivation method of the Golden Winged Rock to get rid of the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal. Although the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal had been on Du Xiaofu for a long time, it had always been sealed by Dongli Qingqing. 2 days ago it was unsealed, but then it was sealed by North Vanquishing Prince. Therefore, Du Xiaofu didn't have the chance to try it himself. It wasn't until yesterday evening when he discovered that the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal was once again unsealed by an invisible force that Du Xiaofu began to flee while trying to find a way to get rid of the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal. Later, he discovered that the Golden Winged Rock's cultivation method could directly get rid of the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal. Therefore, under the Golden Winged Rock's cultivation method, the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal became weaker and weaker. Under the influence of the Golden Winged Rock's cultivation method, the Black Fiend sect's aura search was also affected. This was why Du Xiaofu had been able to flee for an entire night. Otherwise, he probably would have been found by the Black Fiend sect long ago. Under the guidance of the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal, Du Xiaofu could also sense that the Black Fiend sect's experts searching for him were very powerful and had special methods. Even though Du Xiaofu was currently using the Golden Winged Rock's cultivation method to effect the aura search, the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal could still sense Du Xiaofu's general location, even though the people behind him couldn't pinpoint Du Xiaofu's exact location. The Black Fiend sect was relentless in their pursuit, and they were getting closer and closer. In addition, they had flying mounts and experts searching for him. Naturally, they were faster than Du Xiaofu. I must get rid of the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and said to himself. He fully activated the Golden Winged Rock's cultivation method to get rid of the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal on his neck. He also shifted his position in a small area and used the dense forest to cover his line of sight. He had been stalling for time. If he could completely get rid of the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal on his body, it would be much easier to escape. We must find those people as soon as possible. I feel that the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal's traces are getting weaker and weaker. I don't know what method those people have come up with to get rid of our Black Fiend soul-tracking seal. In midair, on the back of a demonic eagle flying mount, a brown-haired old man with a cold expression said in a gloomy tone. Next to the brown-haired old man, a young man in a black shirt had a cold expression. He looked ahead and said coldly, "Speed up the search. We must not let them escape with the treasure. Get rid of them as soon as possible, lest the people from the Mu family fort rush over." Yes, hearing the young man's words, the disciples of the Black Fiend sect in midair and on the ground sped up their search. They covered a large area of the forest and began to search. In midair, the brown-haired old man continuously felt the fluctuations of the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal's traces as he directed the search team to search. Swoosh! Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on a towering tree. His body was wrapped in a faint golden glow. The golden talisman, secret inscriptions on his neck were constantly fluctuating and shining with golden light. A domineering aura spread out and destroyed the last trace of the black energy seal directly. Huff! When the last trace of the black fiend soul tracking seal was destroyed and removed, Du Xiaofu panted rapidly. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. He had finally completely removed the black fiend soul tracking seal along the way. Let's escape first. With a frown, Du Xiaofu did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately jumped down from the tree. The people of the Black Fiend sect were catching up behind him. He had to escape as soon as possible. Without the Black Fiend soul tracking seal, it was undoubtedly much more convenient for him. Something's not right. It seems like the moment Du Xiaofu jumped down from the ground, he suddenly felt something. He immediately lifted his gaze and looked ahead. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, in the dense and towering forest not far in front of him, a fluctuation suddenly spread out from the dense and towering treetops. Then, several figures descended from the sky. Waves of terrifying evil aura spread out, causing the surrounding dense forest to shake endlessly. There were a total of 7 people. 7 meridian spirit stage cultivators. 7 chilling auras shot out. 7 waves of evil aura surged and suddenly enveloped Du Xiaofu, who was just about to escape. 7 chilling gazes were also tightly fixed on Du Xiaofu. Black Fiend sect. Looking at the 7 people in front of him, Du Xiaofu softly muttered. The expression on his face had completely turned solemn. Among the 7 people in front of him, Du Xiaofu recognized 2 of them. One was a young man in black clothes, and the other was a middle-aged man with a broken arm. He had met them when he was helping the Mu family fort. As for the other 5 people, Du Xiaofu did not need to guess. He knew that they were all from the Black Fiend sect. His gaze swept across the other 5 people. One of them was at the mysterious meridian spirit stage, while the other 2 were at the Nirvana realm. When he felt the fluctuation of aura from the last 50 black-clothed old man and a brown-haired old man, Du Xiaofu's eyes secretly twitched. One of them is at the complete meridian spirit stage, and the other one seems to be... His chest rose and fell slightly. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. Judging from the aura that spread out, the 50 black-clothed old man should have reached the complete meridian spirit stage. As for the brown-haired old man, he should be a spiritual talisman master. His aura would not be below that of the black-clothed old man. Therefore, it was highly possible that he was also a complete 4-star spiritual talisman master. 7 meridian spirit stage cultivators. One of them was at the complete meridian spirit stage, and one of them was a complete 4-star spiritual talisman master. Du Xiaofu knew that he would definitely not be able to contend against them. Whoosh, whoosh! Du Xiaofu moved his feet back slightly. He wanted to retreat, but suddenly there were many sounds of wind breaking behind him. In the air, there was also a large storm sweeping over. Dozens of flying mounts flapped their wings, and the windstorm formed by the flapping of their wings pressed down on the sea of trees, causing waves to rise and fall. Chapter 190. TSK, TSK, you can't escape. You can't escape even if you have wings. A gloomy roar came from the mouth of the 50 black-clothed old men. The murderous intent in their eyes spread out without any concealment. Young sect leader, why is it that brat? A middle-aged man with a broken arm looked at Du Xiaofu and was stunned. Then his expression changed drastically. There was a faint trace of fear in his eyes. He immediately turned his head and looked at the black-clothed young man beside him. The black-clothed young man's gaze had already landed on Du Xiaofu. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The coldness in his eyes trembled. When the brown-haired old man heard the words of the middle-aged man and saw the expression on the black-clothed young man's face, he immediately asked, "Young sect leader, do you know this person?" The black-clothed young man nodded and gritted his teeth. He opened his mouth and said coldly, "This is the brat who killed dozens of my Black Fiend Sect's people with the Mu clan fort. Now it seems that this brat is also the murderer who secretly killed so many of my Black Fiend Sect's disciples during this period of time. No wonder I felt that their styles were so similar." As his voice fell, the black-clothed young man asked the 50 black-clothed old man, "Elder Chi, is this brat also the one who stole our treasure?" That night, we were too far away from the king-scaled, demonic tiger. I didn't get a good look. However, looking at his back, it shouldn't be wrong. Moreover, there is the Black Fiend soul-tracking seal. There is no doubt about it. The eyes of the 50 black-clothed old man were a little solemn. He said in a deep voice, "However, the king-scaled demonic tiger and at least 2 people by this brat's side have disappeared. They are probably hiding in another place. As long as we find one, we don't have to be afraid that the others can't find him." The black-clothed young man said in a deep voice, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." In a short period of time, the wind whistled in midair. Dozens of flying mounts collapsed the space, flapping their wings as they circled in the sky. In the forest behind, hundreds of figures rushed out. They held swords in their hands. Murderous aura filled the air. Immediately, they sealed off a large area of the forest. Huff! With his front and back blocked, Du Xiaofu's expression darkened, and he took a deep breath. The black-clothed young man stared coldly at Du Xiaofu and said, "Kid, we meet again. It seems like we really are fated to meet." "It is indeed fate. Do you want to be beaten again?" Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Then he looked at the 7 people in front of him. His mental strength spread out, and he was also on guard against any movements in the surroundings. Humph! The black-clothed young man's face twitched gloomily when he heard this. He gazed at Du Xiaofu and sneered. "Kid, cut the crap. Hand over the others and the treasures, and I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll surely burn your bones and scatter your ashes." Boom! As soon as the black-robed young man finished speaking, the hundreds of Black Fiend sect disciples around him shouted in unison. Their Xian Qi surged, and a murderous aura swept out, shaking the towering trees until they made rustling sounds. A terrifying aura swept through the sky. The murderous aura enveloped the mountain forest, and the shocking aura sealed the space. Du Xiaofu looked around, and his eyes moved slightly. After a moment of silence, his thin body suddenly straightened, and he suddenly took a step forward. "Be careful of that kid." As soon as Du Xiaofu took a step forward, the black-clothed young man suddenly panicked and shouted loudly. The surrounding Black Fiend sect disciples immediately tensed up, and waves of Xian Qi spread out. Their gazes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. "You don't have the strength to take my life, do you?" Slowly raising his eyebrows, Du Xiaofu stared directly at the black-clothed young man. A sharp and terrifying light began to fluctuate in his eyes. Humph! The black-clothed young man's face turned ashen when he heard this. Du Xiaofu had undoubtedly slapped him in the face. If he could kill that kid, he wouldn't have been scared off back then. The muscles on his ashen face twitched, and he waved his hand and shouted sternly, "Evil Fiend sect disciples, capture that bastard!" "Yes, young sect master." As the black-clothed young man landed, dozens of figures flew out from the hundreds of Black Fiend sect disciples in the surrounding forest. There, Xian Qi surged. The dozens of Black Fiend sect disciples flew out and instantly closed in on Du Xiaofu. Waves of extremely powerful aura enveloped Du Xiaofu. Boom! Murderous aura swept out, and the dozens of Black Fiend sect disciples had faint black Xian Qi surging. They gripped the sabers in their hands tightly, and the saber light flashed. Every one of them was at the pulsation realm. The evil Fiend sect disciples were the elite disciples of the Black Fiend sect. In an instant, dozens of saber lights enveloped Du Xiaofu. Swish, swish! The saber lights slashed through the air, and dozens of sharp saber lights seemed to be able to split open space. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, they interweaved into a net of saber lights and instantly covered Du Xiaofu. "Get out of my way!" Looking at the sharp saber lights enveloping him from all directions, Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. A faint golden light suddenly surged around his body, and the talisman patterns on his skin flickered. A domineering and ferocious aura suddenly spread out from his body and swept out, causing the space to tremble. In an instant, with his body as the center, Du Xiaofu opened one of his hands. Along with the flickering of the faint golden talisman patterns, an arc-shaped golden space mark condensed around his palm. It fiercely swept across the saber lights that were enveloping him in a circle. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever Du Xiaofu's hand passed, the golden talisman patterns around his palm were densely packed, layer upon layer. It was as if the golden wings of a golden-winged rock had spread out and swept across. In that instant, the golden talisman inscriptions swept through everything, crushing everything in its path. The crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out, and the saber lights were shattered. The dozen or so Black Fiend sect pulsation realm cultivators were sent flying back. Bang, bang, bang! The dozens of Black Fiend sect disciples were sent flying and landed in the distance, one after another. The impact caused the ground to crack and the towering trees to shake. All of them spat out blood and could no longer get up. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Such a scene caused everyone's eyes to tremble. The brown-haired old man and the half-black-clothed old men were also moved. The Black Fiend sect disciples who were charging from behind had no choice but to retreat rapidly. They could not get close at all. "All of you die here!" Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. His eyes were red. Since there was no way to retreat, there was no need to think too much. He could only kill his way out. At this point, he could only fight to the death. As long as there were no martial lord realm cultivators, he still had a chance. Kill all these Black Fiend sect disciples, and then he could leave. Rumble. Surrounded by a golden light, Du Xiaofu's entire body was as powerful as a demonic beast king. He suddenly stepped out, activating the wave-like, carefree steps. Clenching his fists, he took the initiative to attack. Surrounded by a golden light, his fist was like an impact cannon, instantly bombarding the nearest pulse spirit realm, Nirvana realm elite, disciple of the Black Fiend sect. Boom! With the help of the wave-like, carefree steps, the opponent could not dodge at all. With one punch, Du Xiaofu shattered his ribs and shattered his internal organs. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and the shattered internal organs spurted out. Blood also spurted out from his mouth. This bloody scene caused the surrounding people to be aghast. Such power was too terrifying. This young man was actually so powerful. In a short moment, while everyone was aghast, Du Xiaofu had already attacked again. His fist landed on the lower abdomen of a Black Fiend sect disciple in a flash. Bang! As the fist landed, a gush of energy rushed out from the lower abdomen of the Black Fiend sect disciple. It directly broke open a bloody hole, and red and white things shot out from the broken abdomen. It was bloody and horrifying. Crack! Another Black Fiend sect disciple shoulder was instantly clasped by Du Xiaofu's left hand in the claw print. With a forceful tug, the shoulder was directly clawed into pieces of flesh. Golden chi surged out, and the Black Fiend sect disciple's body also exploded. Kill! Killing intent erupted. This time, Du Xiaofu was completely filled with killing intent. His body was wrapped in a faint golden light, as if it was shrouded in light. A domineering and terrifying power swept out, faintly causing people to tremble. In a flash, another 2 Black Fiend sect disciples who had not yet recovered from their shock were bombarded with bloody holes. Quickly join forces to kill him! Fiend saber breaks the sky, a Black Fiend sect disciple shouted. In a panic, they moved together and organized a new round of attacks. The remaining 20 to 30 people moved together. Fiendish chi swept out, and saber lights wreaked havoc in the sky. They intertwined into a large area of saber lights, forming a dense net of saber lights and fiendish chi that enveloped the sky. Rumble. Under such terrifying power, many towering trees in the surroundings were swept up and instantly destroyed into pieces. The entire dense forest shook as if it was about to be destroyed. At this moment, under such astonishing power, even a mysterious pulse spirit realm cultivator would not feel good if they were trapped in it. Du Xiaofu's figure froze. He also felt that it was not weak, but his eyes were filled with joy and fear. Mysterious talisman patterns surged out from all over his body, and the aura on his body suddenly became fierce and terrifying, like a fierce beast that had awakened from a deep slumber. Hand seals condensed one after another, and the surrounding space was like a boiling water surface that constantly fluctuated. Waves of Xian Qi surged in Du Xiaofu's palm, and a palm seal suddenly condensed. It was completed smoothly in one breath, as if it was done to its heart's content. Stormy Wave's palm. With a loud shout, Du Xiaofu directly slapped at the dense net of saber lights and fiendish qi. Whoosh! Wherever the palm print passed, a strong wind wave that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. Finally, it fell on a dense saber light talisman script light net. Rumble. Puchi. The sabers in the hands of the 20 to 30 elite disciples of the Black Fiend sect broke with a cracking sound, and all of them were sent flying while vomiting blood. Chapter 191. How could he be so strong? The brown-colored old man and the 50 black-clothed old men were shocked. Just how powerful was this? The joint attack of a few dozen people was actually shattered by a single palm strike from that violet-robed youth. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was too overbearing and fierce. So strong. This purple-robed young man is a freak. The surrounding hundreds of Black Kill sect disciples trembled as they watched the dozens of elite disciples of the evil spirit hall being heavily injured. Nearly half of them had died, and the way they died was horrifying and bloody. The bloody scene of a single punch punching a bloody hole and shattering their internal organs was even more shocking than a weapon. It made these Black Kill sect disciples, who had been fighting in the dark forest all year round, tremble in fear. Trash, all trash! The black-robed young man roared in anger, his face ashen. Dozens of elite disciples of the evil spirit hall could not even withstand a single blow. He then turned to the mysterious Pulse Spirit Realm Cultivator and 2 Nirvana Realm Cultivators beside him and said loudly, "The 3 of you, go and capture that brat alive. You just need to keep him alive." "Yes, young master." The 3 of them nodded, and the 3 of them immediately pounced forward. 3 terrifying waves of murderous aura swept over, and the 3 waves of aura sealed off the space around Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu raised his head, his gaze cold. 2 Nirvana Realm cultivators of the Pulse Spirit Realm were on par with Free Cloud Sect's Lu Tianqiao. Ha ha! Sweeping his gaze over the 3 Meridian Spirit Stage experts, Du Xiaofu's gaze hardened slightly, following which he let out a wild laugh. An invisible chill spread out. This chill was different from the domineering and sharp aura on his body. This chill seemed to spread out from Du Xiaofu's bones, and was not the domineering and sharp aura that the golden-winged great Peng bird cultivated in. In comparison, this chill was more representative of Du Xiaofu's current state of mind. As this chill spread, the surrounding area suddenly fell silent, and even the air seemed to have frozen. "Come on. Today I'll kill 1 if 1 comes, 2 if 2 come." Du Xiaofu raised his head and stared coldly at the 3 Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators. At this moment, a faint golden light glowed in his eyes, and a murderous aura was released. This brat's aura is terrifying. His cultivation level is not high. How can this be? At this moment, the 3 Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators of the Black Kill sect could clearly feel a bone-chilling aura from Nirvana realm cultivators of the Black Kill sect, was Nirvana realm cultivators. The formless chill spread out cold, and spread the forest, and their bodies were cold. The formless Nirvana cold. Of Du Shaofus is Nirvana realm. That Brad is. Attack! Hearing the Black Kill youth's words, a pulse spirit realm, Nirvana realm cultivator on the left took the initiative to attack. A murderous light shot out from his eyes, and his profound aura surged and spread out. A terrifying aura spread out and completely enveloped Du Shaofu. Faint black energy swept out, and then a palm print shot out. Boom! When such a palm print shot out, it was as if it brought along a huge black vortex of air. The terrifying power was enough to tear everything apart, and finally, it appeared in front of Du Shaofu. Sky-shaking wings. Du Shaofu's hand shot out like a great rock spreading its wings. Wherever his hand passed, the mysterious runes on the talisman surged, and a golden vortex spun continuously. Then it fiercely slammed into the opponent's palm print. Boom! With this slap, the mysterious runes on the golden talisman were dazzling. After a moment of stalemate, the former's black palm print vortex began to be crushed and destroyed. Bang, bang! However, the mysterious runes on Du Shaofu's hand were also forcefully scattered. Then, the two palms directly collided, and suddenly a low muffled sound was heard. Dang, dang! With such a collision, the Pulse Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator from the Black Kill sect was directly pushed back. The ground under his feet cracked, and his palm was numb and in intense pain. His bones were almost shattered. The long-robed man raised his head, and his eyes were filled with shock. The physical strength of the opponent was too terrifying. That domineering and terrifying aura made him feel as if he was facing the king of monsters. His own aura was clearly stronger, but under the influence of the domineering aura from the purple-robed youth, his aura, which was originally stronger, was actually directly suppressed. Chi-lala! Du Shaofu's body was also pushed back. However, he brushed against the ground as he was pushed back, and two cracks appeared on the ground under his feet. After about 10 meters, he fiercely stomped on the ground, and only then did he stabilize his body. Violent Fist of Evil Star. The second Pulse Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator from the Black Killing sect appeared beside Du Shaofu. As a Pulse Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. At the same time, a terrifying fist mark appeared. Crackle, crackle. Wherever this fist print passed, the space would constantly crackle. The murderous aura in front of the fist print swept out, and the violent pressure in the air was violent. Faintly, there were even black runes flashing, as if it could destroy everything. The level of this fist technique was at least at the spiritual Nirvana realm. If an ordinary cultivator at the initial stage of the Meridian Spirit stage were to be engulfed by this violent energy, they would probably be instantly killed. In an instant, before Du Shaofu could stabilize his body, this terrifying fist had already swept over. The eyes of the Pulse Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator who attacked also spread coldness and a sneer. Ayo! The shout was like the roar of a dragon in the 9 heavens, like the long cry of a divine elephant. The aura was domineering and surging, and it was unparalleled in Du Shaofu's hand. The mysterious runes on the talisman bloomed and turned into countless palm prints at lightning speed. In the end, they condensed into a single palm print. Along with the mysterious runes, the talisman slashed across the sky and fiercely collided with the former's fist. Bang! Such a collision seemed to be mixed with the sound of wind and thunder. The muffled sound of energy was like thunder. Then, terrifying energy ripples suddenly swept out like a hurricane, causing the space to tremble. The terrifying aura made people feel fear even from afar. The Pulse Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator from the Black Fiend sect opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The cracking sound of bones breaking also came from his fist. His face instantly turned pale, and his body was directly blasted back. It seemed like he had been seriously injured. Back then, Lu Tianqiao from the Free Cloud sect was also at the Pulse Spirit realm Nirvana realm. The Pulse Spirit that he activated was directly destroyed by Du Xiaofu's mysterious move. This person had almost used all his strength just now. But after all, it was not to the extent of activating the Pulse Spirit. The outcome was imaginable. Deng deng! The violent energy swept out, and Du Xiaofu's body also staggered back 3 steps. His face was also pale. The consumption of activating the mysterious move was too shocking. If it was not for the recent improvement in his cultivation level, Du Xiaofu would not have the strength to continue fighting after activating the mysterious move. Frenzy Blade Art. As fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder, the third Pulse Spirit Realm Mystery Realm Cultivator took the opportunity to pounce on Du Xiaofu. Unknowingly, he was holding a sharp bayonet that was almost 3 feet long in his hand. It was like a long sword, but it was in the shape of a blade. The blade was narrow, and the blade light was tearing. It was about to pierce into Du Xiaofu's chest. The speed was too fast and close. It was almost impossible for Du Xiaofu to dodge. Uffed! Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the blade directly pierced into Du Xiaofu's body. However, the final blade did not pierce into Du Xiaofu's chest. Instead, it pierced into Du Xiaofu's left shoulder. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, everyone noticed that the violet-robed young man had used a strange speed to avoid this attack that was aimed at his chest, and then the tip of the blade pierced through his profound energy defenses before finally stabbing into his shoulder. As the sharp blade pierced in, fresh blood flowed out, accompanied by a dazzling golden talisman engravings. However, after piercing in for half an inch, it was unable to pierce in any further. At the same time, Du Xiaofu did not even blink. Killing intent spread out, and the gaze in his eyes was sharp and intimidating. In a flash, he waved his hands, and a faint golden light surged. His palms opened like a palm leaf fan, and as the faint golden talisman engravings flickered and condensed, he attacked from left and right, directly slapping towards the former's head. Not good! Extreme unease gushed out from the heart of the mysterious Pulse Spirit Stage cultivator when the sharp blade in his hand was unable to advance even half an inch. However, everything seemed to be too late. Before everyone could recover from their shock, they heard a low and deep muffled sound, mixed with the sound of bones breaking. Bang, bang! Everyone's eyes blurred, and then they saw the head of the mysterious Pulse Spirit Stage cultivator directly shatter into pieces between Du Xiaofu's palms. The head was smashed into pieces by Du Xiaofu's left and right palm, and he did not even have the chance to scream in death. Uft! A bloody mist shot out as a berserk force swept out. The entire place was silent. Everyone was flabbergasted, and their souls trembled. A mysterious Pulse Spirit Stage cultivator had actually had his head smashed in such a bloody and berserk manner. This scene was so bloody and terrifying that it caused people to tremble in fear. Brothers who have not slept yet, rest early after reading today's update. Little use WeChat public platform. Search for the WeChat public account Yufeng YF to add. Chapter 192. The 2 Pulse Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivators were knocked back and severely injured. The first one, the burly man in long robes, was already pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. However, at this moment, his body suddenly stopped, his eyes looking at Du Xiaofu with fear and shock. The scene of that valiant smashing of heads was too hair-raising. For some reason, they felt fear in their hearts and did not dare to approach. As the saying went, the wicked feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable feared the reckless. That purple-robed youth was both reckless and reckless at this moment. The other Pulse Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator, who was severely injured, also had a look of shock in his eyes. Then he went to the side of the burly man in long robes. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes twitching with hesitation, as if they did not want to go any closer to that fierce, purple-robed youth. Bastard! A pulse spirit realm mystery realm cultivator was directly smacked to death in front of everyone. The eyes of the black fiend youth trembled, and the expressions of the 50-year-old man and the brown-haired old man instantly changed. All of you back off. The 50-year-old man finally could not hold it in any longer. His face was terrifyingly cold. With a loud roar, he stomped his foot on the ground, and a monstrous aura erupted, suddenly pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. Back off! The two pulse spirit realm, nirvana realm, cultivators immediately began to retreat as if they had been pardoned. They had long been stunned, and did not want to fight against that purple-robed youth at all. Whoosh! Energy whistled and moved. Du Xiaofu's hand seals were already forming quietly. Waves of strange energy began to fluctuate, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth around him. Traces of white divine light also began to spread out from the faint golden light around him. Du Xiaofu had already activated his killing intent. Only by killing a path of blood could he escape. Only by killing more powerful people could he truly hurt the Black Fiend sect. Stay. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's face looked ferocious. The energy around his body suddenly gathered as his hand seals changed, turning into one array flag after another. There were a total of 12 array flags, all of which emitted a shocking fluctuation. Just as the 12 formation flags were condensed, all the energy in Du Xiaofu's body seemed to have been poured into the 12 formation flags, causing his face to turn ghastly pale. 12 formation flags, a perfect talisman formation at the level of 3 stars. Retreat quickly. That kid is a talisman formation master. At this moment, the brown-haired old man's expression changed, and a faint black energy fluctuation appeared. With a loud shout, he could no longer stand by and watch. Following the black-clothed old man, he pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Void illusion formation. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and 12 formation flags immediately flew into the air in front of him, directly locking down the space around the 2 Nirvana realm cultivators of the Pulse Spirit realm. Whoosh, whoosh! The 12 formation flags enveloped the 2 Nirvana realm cultivators of the Pulse Spirit realm, who were about to retreat with lightning speed and trajectory. The Void Illusory Matrix was a type of illusory matrix that Du Xiaofu had learned from his elder brother, Zhen Qingchen. He himself had once been trapped in this illusory matrix for an entire day. Only after breaking the illusory matrix runes did he manage to break free. The void illusion formation could make people lose their souls. The 12 formation flags represented a perfect talisman formation at the level of 3 stars. In the talisman formation, a star layer was divided into 4 formation flags. However, to set up a talisman formation, one had to be at least a 2-star talisman formation master. A 1-star talisman formation master did not have the ability to set up any talisman formation. Among the talisman formation masters, generally speaking, even a 4-star talisman formation master who had just ascended might not be able to set up a perfect talisman formation at the level of 3 stars. Talisman formation masters of the same level might not be able to set up a talisman formation at the same level. For example, back in the Stone City, the 4-star talisman formation master who had just ascended was able to set up a terrifying 4-star talisman formation master that could cover the sky and cover the earth. He was definitely considered extremely talented among the talisman formation masters. However, Du Xiaofu was now a 3-star talisman formation master. Logically speaking, setting up a 3-star talisman formation master with 10 formation flags would already be extremely powerful. However, Du Xiaofu was setting up a perfect 3-star talisman formation with 12 formation flags. Compared to the talisman formation set up by the 4-star talisman formation master in the Stone City, it was only a small level away. Rumble. When the 12 formation flags finally disappeared into the mouth, the air in the surrounding forest suddenly fluctuated violently. Suddenly, the space became chaotic. Runes spread in the air, mobilizing the energy of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Then, a powerful talisman formation appeared. The appearance of the talisman formation caused the surrounding forest to surge. The terrifying talisman formation covered a large area, its might causing one's heart to tremble. The surroundings of the talisman formation caused the space to become chaotic. Waves of strange energy caused one's eyes to become dazzled and their souls to tremble in pain. Unknowingly, many of the surrounding Black Fiend sect's disciples had lifeless gazes and turbid gazes for no reason. An illusory formation was not an offensive talisman formation. However, illusory formations had a unique advantage. Compared to offensive talisman formations, illusory formations were absolutely terrifying. There were countless types of illusory formations, but they all had one thing in common. Once someone was trapped in an illusory formation, if they were unable to break the formation, they would be trapped to death and would never be able to escape. A powerful illusory formation could even cause people to fall into an illusory realm. It could even cause people to kill each other and kill themselves. It was said that 1,000 years ago, there was once a powerful talisman formation master who set up a monstrous illusory formation. It caused an empire's army of millions to be trapped within. In the end, they killed each other. How terrifying was this? Tsk tisk. The brown-haired old man and the black-clothed old man pounced in front of Du Xiaofu at almost the same time. However, they were a step too late. The illusory formation had already been set up. The two of them had no choice but to forcefully retreat a little. Quickly break the formation by force. Attack with all your might. The brown-haired old man quickly glanced at the black-clothed old man. Both of their gazes were similarly gloomy and ugly. Then they began to attack with all their might. Both of them had terrifying, profound qi fluctuations, after which they condensed a shocking attack power and blasted towards the illusory formation set up by Du Xiaofu. Rumble. The attacks of a perfect 4-star talisman formation master and a perfect pulse spirit stage cultivator caused the surrounding area to surge and a terrifying power to spread out. The two experts attacked. The violent energy was like the most terrifying tornado that swept through the world. Then, it suddenly swept towards the illusory formation set up by Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, a shocking energy fluctuation swept out. Generally speaking, a 4-star talisman formation master was enough to make it difficult for a pulse spirit stage nirvana realm cultivator to deal with. Even a perfect pulse spirit stage cultivator would definitely have a headache. As for the large talisman formation set up by Du Xiaofu at this moment, although it was only at the perfect 3-star level, it was not easy to break the formation by force. Oh no! That purple-robed young man is also a talisman formation master. Quickly break the formation by force. As the long-clothed burly man and the 2 pulse spirit stage nirvana realm cultivators were trapped in the talisman formation, their faces instantly turned pale. They had never thought that the purple-robed young man was actually a talisman formation master. Moreover, he was the most terrifying talisman formation master. However, when the two of them shouted, all kinds of strange energy within the illusory formation had already wrapped around the two of them. For some reason, the Xian Qi on the two of them started to become chaotic. Their eyes also started to become dull. Their turbid eyes started to flicker as if they were immersed in some kind of illusion. However, their pupils kept flickering as if they were resisting the illusory formation at the same time. To resist the illusory formation, the most important thing was to have a strong will and mental strength. At this moment, these 2 pulse spirit stage nirvana realm cultivators had already revealed fear and shock towards Du Xiaofu from the beginning. At this moment, their will and mental strength were immediately destroyed and affected by the illusory formation. Otherwise, with the strength of these 2 pulse spirit stage nirvana realm cultivators, it would not be so easy for them to be directly affected by the illusory formation. Within the illusory formation, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. Without any obstruction, he directly appeared in front of the first pulse spirit stage, Nirvana realm cultivator, who had already been severely injured. Taking advantage of the fact that his eyes were dull and affected by the illusory formation, he waved his purple sleeve. A powerful, faint, golden Xian Qi surged. Clenching his 5 fingers tightly, he directly punched the temple of his head. Bang! With a muffled sound of energy, the violent energy tilted. Golden light shone, and the head of the pulse spirit stage Nirvana realm cultivator directly caved in. Then his skull exploded and blood spurted out. Whoosh! Just as the body of the pulse spirit stage Nirvana realm cultivator was sent flying, Du Xiaofu's figure did not stop at all. He directly appeared in front of the burly man in long robes. Bang! Amidst the former's flickering turbid eyes and chaotic, profound energy fluctuations, Du Xiaofu imitated the former's actions. His fist was wrapped in a faint, golden glow of profound energy, and it suddenly smashed fiercely onto the former's temple. Whoosh! Suddenly, the illusory formation began to shake. A terrifying energy fluctuated immediately after. This terrifying illusory formation directly exploded under the joint attack of the brown-haired old man and the 50 black-robed old men. Rumble! Shocking energy swept across the sky, accompanied by the shattering of many runes. A large amount of energy spread out. The illusory formation shattered. Du Xiaofu was absolutely affected. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but there was an absolute sneer on his face. At this moment, this sneer was tainted by the faint, golden blood at the corner of his mouth. It looked cruel and ferocious, like the most ferocious beast. The energy dissipated, and the surrounding space became clear again. In the eyes of all the Black Fiend sect disciples, they saw 2 more corpses. The heads of the 2 pulse spirit stage, Nirvana realm cultivators, were blown apart. They died in a tragic and bloody manner. Chapter 193. Huff! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, while the eyes of the black-clothed youth twitched and trembled in horror. Little bastard, I will tear you apart today, the 50 black-clothed elder roared. He could only watch helplessly as 3 pulse spirit stage cultivators were killed in a matter of moments. He had no time to help at all. The fury in his heart reached its peak as a baleful aura surged. His figure transformed into a blurry black shadow as he charged forward like a ghost. A runic palm imprint wrapped in dazzling runic light mercilessly shot towards Du Xiaofu's chest. In this moment of panic, Du Xiaofu had no other choice. He waved his hand as golden runes wrapped around his hand before he met the black-clothed elder's palm imprint head-on. Bang! As the palm imprint made contact, Du Xiaofu's body was directly sent flying. Even at his peak, it would be difficult for him to fight against a perfect pulse spirit stage cultivator. Now that he had exhausted all his strength, the result was even more obvious. He was completely powerless to fight back. Puff! As Du Xiaofu's body was sent flying, blood spurted out from his mouth. His body smashed into a towering tree that had already snapped at the waist, completely shattering the trunk. The ground cracked, sand and pebbles flew, as a rumbling sound resounded endlessly in the dense forest. Elder Qi, don't kill that kid. We still need to find out the whereabouts of the treasure. As the brown-haired elder's voice faded, he immediately stomped his foot as his body shot forward. The runes in his hand flashed and intertwined, as if forming a gigantic strange runic net. In an instant, it enveloped Du Xiaofu's head, who had yet to crawl up from the ground. Whoosh! The runes, accompanied by the energy of the world, seemed to be able to imprison one's soul and distort space. Then they landed on Du Xiaofu's body. The terrifying power of the runic net faintly distorted the space around Du Xiaofu, as if a fishing net had landed on Du Xiaofu's body, binding and distorting it. Walala! Du Xiaofu struggled to stand up, but the glowing rune net was still tightly wrapped around him. He waved his hand to tear it, but he was unable to tear the runes apart. No matter how hard Du Xiaofu struggled, he was unable to break free. The runic light net was getting tighter and tighter. Kiki, you won't be able to escape. You killed my black fiend sex people. When the time comes, I'll grind your bones to dust. The brown-haired old man sneered. Under his control, it was impossible for that brat to escape. He walked towards Du Xiaofu step by step, his eyes filled with coldness. Little bastard, I'll deal with you later. I'll make you beg for death. The black-clothed young man and the black-clothed old man revealed a cold smile in their gloomy eyes. In their hearts, it was already impossible for the purple-robed young man to escape. Although the district elder wasn't the strongest in the entire Black Fiend sect, as a perfect 4-star soul talisman master, he was qualified to take the position of the third elder in the Black Fiend sect. It could be said that in the Black Fiend sect he was in existence second only to the sect master. Even in the entire Black Fiend sect, the district elder's reputation as a perfect 4-star soul talisman master was illustrious. Not to mention, the district elder was also an alchemy talisman master among soul talisman masters. Many experts came to the district elder's hands to ask for a pill, but were unable to obtain one. This also caused the Black Fiend sect status to rise among the various major forces in the Dark Forest. At this moment, the purple-robed young man was bound by the district elder. What was there to worry about? He was already in the bag, like catching a turtle in a jar. Suddenly, the brown-haired old man walked towards Du Xiaofu. His eyes suddenly trembled, as if he suddenly felt something. Walala! After struggling to no avail, dazzling talisman patterns suddenly flashed behind Du Xiaofu, who was bound by the talisman light net. A sudden burst of domineering aura shook the talisman light net, which was on the verge of collapsing. Then, an illusory image formed by the convergence of 5 mountain peaks spread out. Buzz, buzz! The illusory image of the 5 mountain peaks was born behind Du Xiaofu. It evolved as if it was given life. Its sound was like the sound of wind and thunder, and dense spiritual energy spread out. It communicated with the energy of heaven and earth, and a terrifying power spread out. Break for me! Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. The illusory images of the 5 mountain peaks behind him directly expanded as if they were real. The pressure rolled out, and the aura reached a long rainbow as multicolored light exploded. Crack, crack! Accompanied by the sound of energy explosion, the talisman patterns that filled the sky flickered and shuttled back and forth. Although the talisman light net was powerful, after a short stalemate, it was directly broken by the illusory mountain peaks. The terrifying aura fluctuation made it difficult for everyone in the sky to breathe, and the profound energy in their bodies was blocked. Go! The talisman light net was broken by the illusory mountain peaks. Du Xiaofu's mouth overflowed with blood, but he clenched his teeth and continued to stride forward. Changing his hand seals, he threw himself at the brown-haired old man in front of him. At this moment, the brown-haired old man seemed to feel some kind of uneasiness and fear. His gaze trembled. Vain spirit, mountain vain spirit. How could this kid have such a vain spirit? Could it be Rumble? The illusory mountain peaks seemed to fall from the sky, as if 5 real mountains were falling down. The talisman patterns rushed to the sky, faintly accompanied by the sound of thunder, and finally enveloped the black-haired old man. Spiritual stove symbol cauldron. The brown-haired old man recovered from his shock, and his hand seals changed rapidly. As a spiritual symbol master, he didn't have a vain spirit. However, as a spiritual symbol master, he had his own methods. Any spiritual stove symbol cauldron of a spiritual symbol master was a trump card, and was not inferior to a cultivator's vain spirit. However, In case the spiritual stove symbol cauldron of a spiritual symbol master was damaged, the consequences would be a lot more serious than a cultivator's vain spirit. Therefore, spiritual symbol masters would absolutely not use their spiritual stove symbol cauldron lightly. Bang! When the last hand seal was condensed, the brown-haired old man's body shook. The mysterious talisman patterns on the spiritual stove symbol cauldron in his body seemed to be able to change endlessly. Accompanied by a blazing aura, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out like a storm. Walala! Inside the spiritual furnace, blazing flames were leaping, and the mysterious runes were boundless. It was indescribably mysterious and unfathomable. Afterwards, it soared into the sky, circling around endlessly to block Du Xiaofu's vain spirit mountain. The mysterious runes were blooming in the sky. The two sides were in a deadlock, and the surrounding energy storm spread out in all directions. The airflow was like a stormy sea. The brown-haired old man's spiritual stove symbol cauldron was clearly stronger than Du Xiaofu's mountain vein spirit in terms of cultivation level. But in terms of the mountain vein spirit and the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, the mountain vein spirit's tyrannical suppression was clearly stronger than the former's spiritual stove symbol cauldron. Ka-ka! After a short pause, the mysterious talisman patterns on the mountain vein spirit erupted, and its might surged, as if it could crush and suppress all living things in the world. Rumble! The brown-haired old man's spiritual stove symbol cauldron was directly crushed by the mountain vein spirit suppression, turning into a large expanse of talisman patterns. Walala! But at this time, Du Xiaofu didn't have the strength to continue, and the mountain vein spirit dissipated, turning back into talisman patterns, dispiritedly returning to his body. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's body forcibly rushed out. At this time, he didn't have any more profound energy left, and could only rely on his physical strength. His body was like a humanoid monster, and at the time the spiritual stove symbol cauldron in the hands of the brown-haired old man, his body fiercely pounced. Not good! The brown-haired old man's expression changed, and his body immediately retreated. Little bastard, can you still overturn the heavens? The black-clad old man's figure was shocked, and rapidly rushed to Du Xiaofu's back. A palm print immediately shot towards Du Xiaofu's back, overflowing with killing intent. Du Xiaofu sensed the attack coming from behind. If he didn't dodge, he would be hit directly. The consequences of an attack from a cultivator at the peak of the spiritual pulse realm would be severe. If he dodged, he would have no choice but to give up the advantage he might have gained from the brown-haired old man. In the end, Du Xiaofu didn't choose to dodge, and besides, he might not even be able to dodge. Bang! Everything happened in an instant, as fast as lightning. The black-clad old man's palm bombarded Du Xiaofu's back, directly smashing apart the thin, profound energy defense on Du Xiaofu's back, and sending Du Xiaofu's body flying. Chi! Just as his body flew forward, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, but the corner of his mouth began to reveal a cruel smile. At this moment, he suddenly accelerated, and then pounced on the brown-haired old man who had just retreated explosively. The pale, golden blood in his mouth even sprayed onto the brown-haired old man's face. Bang, bang! A muffled sound of collision resounded. Du Xiaofu's back suffered a heavy blow, but he used the momentum to fiercely smash into the brown-haired old man's body. The brown-haired old man spat out another mouthful of blood from the impact. Then the two of them were sent flying a few meters at the same time and fell into a mess on the ground. Swish! At the same time Du Xiaofu's body fell, he forcibly took a breath, and his body took advantage of the momentum to roll. He was already mentally prepared, and as if mounting a horse, he immediately pressed down on the brown-haired old man's body. Immediately his fists were like a torrential rain, continuously landing on the brown-haired old man's chest. One fist after another fell on the former's chest. As a spirit symbol master, the brown-haired old man's body naturally couldn't compare to a cultivator's. Moreover, this brown-haired old man's spirit furnace symbol cauldron had been crushed by Du Xiaofu's vain spirit mountain peak and had already suffered heavy injuries. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, although Du Xiaofu had no strength left, his ferocious strength and pure physical strength were definitely not to be underestimated. His fists rained down like a storm, only to hear pung, 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 pung sounds coming from the chest of the brown-haired old man. Poochie! Blood spurted out of the brown-haired old man's mouth like a fountain. It seemed that his blood was already mixed with his shattered internal organs. At this moment, he had already been thoroughly defeated. His eyes were full of disbelief and fear. Brothers, we have already been repeatedly beaten by Great God Sesame Cake on the fresh flower list. The fresh flower list is in danger. Brothers, please support us. Chapter 194. Poochie! Blood spurted out of the brown-haired old man's mouth like a fountain, the crimson blood seemingly mixed with his shattered internal organs. All of his defenses had been completely destroyed by Du Xiaofu in an instant, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Poochie! Blood continued to flow out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. The blood directly sprayed onto the face and body of the brown-haired old man he was riding on. However, his fists did not stop. A dozen punches landed on the old man's chest. At this time, Du Xiaofu was also seriously injured. Although his physical strength was extremely strong, he had just taken a palm strike from the black-clothed old man, who was at the great circle of the pulse spirit stage. Coupled with his original injuries, it was impossible for him to hold on any longer. Du Xiaofu had not fallen yet. He was only gritting his teeth and forcefully enduring. At this critical juncture of life and death, it was as if he had stimulated the last bit of potential in his body. Everyone present was shocked. No one had expected that the purple-robed youth would still be so fierce and cruel, even though he was clearly seriously injured. That purple-robed youth was as fierce as a tiger on the verge of death, his final blow ferocious and berserk. Cruel like a venomous snake, like a wild wolf, but also cruel and vicious. The purple-robed youth at this time did not care about his own life, just wanted to find a scapegoat. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. Everyone was afraid of meeting this kind of person. Let go of the elder. Kid, you're courting death. The black-clothed old man roared, his face ferocious, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. His figure swept out like a hurricane, pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu stood up, his weak and dispirited body quickly rising to his feet. A claw print latched onto the black-haired old man's throat, lifting the half-dead brown-haired old man in front of him. If you dare come up, he'll be buried with me. A cold and sharp voice rang out. Du Xiaofu's gaze was sharp and intimidating, suffused with a blood-red hue. The curve of his lips made one's heart tremble. At this moment, if he exerted a little force in his claw, the black-haired old man's neck would be broken. Du Xiaofu had long planned to capture the brown-haired old man. Although Du Xiaofu had been fighting with his life on the line, he was not truly fighting with his life on the line. Du Xiaofu hadn't seen his mother and sister since he could remember. Until the last moment, how could he really risk his life? His own life was definitely more precious than the lives of all the people in the black killing sect. Therefore, Du Xiaofu would not give up no matter what. Originally, Du Xiaofu wanted to capture the black-clothed youth. With the black-clothed youth status, as long as he could capture him, he would be able to escape. However, the black-clothed youth didn't dare to approach. Du Xiaofu simply couldn't make a move. Therefore, he had to settle for the next best thing, which was this perfect 4-star spirit symbol master. Just now, Du Xiaofu had punched him in the chest, not because he wanted to vent his anger, but because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control a perfect 4-star spirit symbol master. Therefore, he might as well cripple him first. Then, it would be easier to restrain him. Otherwise, with his current exhausted state, it would be impossible for him to restrain a perfect 4-star spirit talisman master. The black-clothed old man's figure stopped abruptly. He coldly stared at Du Xiaofu. His eyes twitched, and he said sternly, "Boy, you dare to threaten me. I will make you beg for death." "You are also threatening me," Du Xiaofu sneered. His smile made people's hair stand on end. His left hand directly fell on the black-clothed old man's long brown hair, and he fiercely pulled it. "Ah!" The half-dead brown-haired old man suddenly screamed and wailed. On his head, a large amount of brown hair was pulled off by Du Xiaofu's brute force. Immediately, the top of his head was dripping with blood. The bloody scene was too horrible to look at. "Bastard, I will make you beg for death." The black-clothed old man raised his head and roared. At this time, if he could kill someone in a fit of rage, he would be able to kill Du Xiaofu 10 times. "Elder, that old bastard is still threatening me. It seems that he deliberately wants to provoke me to kill you. I guess that he wants you to die more than I do." Du Xiaofu sneered and said loudly to the brown-haired old man who was caught in the claw print. At the same time, his left hand fell on the brown-haired old man's left arm and directly rotated it 360 degrees. Then he pulled with brute force. Suddenly, there was the sound of bones breaking. Chi-la-la! Then the brown-haired old man's entire left arm was pulled off by Du Xiaofu again with brute force. Blood flowed out, cruel and bloody. "Ah!" The brown-haired old man screamed and wailed again. It was mournful and frightening, and the wailing sound made people's hair stand on end. Changtu, did you do it on purpose? You get out of my way." The brown-haired old man also cried out in a dark and stern voice amidst the miserable screams. However, Du Xiaofu was tightly gripping his throat, causing him to be unable to speak clearly. His eyes were bright red as he stared at the black-clothed old man with vicious resentment. It seemed that the degree of hatred he had for the black-clothed old man was not much less than the hatred he had for Du Xiaofu. "Elder Qi, step back. We can't let anything happen to the elder." The black-clothed young man, who had been shocked by the series of changes, came to his senses. When he saw the elder being held hostage and heard the elder's wailing, he immediately said to the black-clothed old man, the elder had a very high status in the sect. Even his father had to treat him with respect. Naturally, nothing could happen to him. "Little bastard, I, Qi Changtu, swear that I will not let you go," the black-clothed old man shouted. Although the elder and he were both elders of the Black Devil sect, they were almost at the same cultivation level. However, the elder was a spiritual talisman master and the third elder of the Black Devil sect. No matter his status in the sect or outside, he was higher than others. Being scolded, he didn't dare to refute. In the end, he could only transfer his anger to Du Xiaofu. "Step back, everyone step back. Don't chase after me, or I'll kill him." Du Xiaofu naturally didn't care about the black-clothed old man. Holding the brown-haired old man in the claw print, he began to slowly step back. All the disciples of the Black Devil sect were dumbfounded. The black-clothed young man and the black-clothed old man's eyes twitched. They watched the purple-robed young man slowly step back. However, with the hostage in his hand, they didn't dare to approach for fear that the elder would suffer more. Step by step, Du Xiaofu stepped back. Although he couldn't muster up any more strength, he still clenched his teeth and held on. Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that if he didn't leave today, he wouldn't be able to leave. No matter what, he had to leave this place first. "Those who touch my Black Devil sect will not have a good ending." Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded in the air. At the same time, Du Xiaofu seemed to have felt something. His pupils suddenly shrank. Bang! A blazing energy pierced through the air and suddenly hit Du Xiaofu's back. "Qi!" Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered forward and no longer had any strength. The brown-haired old man also weakly released the claw print, and his body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Chi la la! In the dense forest, a fluctuation appeared out of nowhere, following which a figure silently and slowly descended from the air. The newcomer looked to be in his 60s and was dressed in plain robes. When his body landed on the ground, he looked like a stiff statue. However, his face was red and the veins on his temples swelled up like beans. With the appearance of this old man, everyone present was affected. For no reason, their expressions turned solemn. It was like molten steel suddenly falling into cold water. In an instant, even the air had solidified. Within the space, there was also a blazing aura that spread out. Greetings to the second elder. Each of the Black Devil Sect's disciples had a solemn expression on their faces as they respectfully bowed. Even the black-clothed young man and the black-clothed old man's gazes became respectful. However, their eyes soon revealed joy. Du Xiaofu fell to the ground. His gaze was still able to look at the old man who had appeared. However, at this moment, it was difficult for him to muster any strength in his body. You have to pay an absolute price for touching my Black Devil Sect's people. An indifferent voice came out of his mouth. Following which, the old man slightly raised his hand and directly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His hand directly grabbed at Du Xiaofu's shoulder like an eagle catching a chick. Du Xiaofu's mouth was dripping with blood. His entire body's aura was weak as he stared at the other party's hand. His pupils contracted, but he was powerless to do anything. At the same time, the invisible and terrifying aura on this person's body had already solidified the space. Just as Du Xiaofu was showing signs of despair, suddenly an indifferent voice came out. If the Black Devil Sect has touched him, then so be it. It's no big deal. Leave this person to me. He has nothing to do with you. As the voice came out, the old man's face rapidly changed, as if he had sensed something at this moment. Immediately he softly shouted, "Which scoundrel is hiding his head and tail? Get out here for this hoe." As the shout sounded out, the old man's face was gloomy and cold. A layer of materialized flames appeared on his palm. There were runes flashing on it, and a blazing aura that covered the sky and earth was suddenly released. A palm instantly slammed towards the left side of the sky. A mere martial marquis does not have the qualifications to clamor in front of me. Let Xue Tianqiu do it instead. His voice was still indifferent. Then, a rune energy pillar broke through the air. In front of the rune energy light, the space was directly distorted like a fried dough twist. The energy in this area also violently trembled and directly collided with the former's palm. Bang! When the two collided, a terrifying force swept out in an instant. It was as though space itself was about to be shattered, after which a frightening energy rippled outwards. A large number of towering trees were directly snapped at their wastes as they were swept out. Rumble! The earth shook and the mountains shook. The ground was densely covered with cracks. The surrounding Black Devil Sect disciples retreated in panic. Humph! The white-robed old man from the Black Devil Sect suddenly staggered back dozens of meters. A muffled groan came from his throat as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 195. The second elder was injured in one move. The intruder is so strong. What terrifying strength! The second elder is a martial lord, but he still can't fight back. Oh no, oh no! Amidst the terrifying energy fluctuation, the white-robed old man immediately waved his long sleeve forward. Waves of blazing energy swept out and dispersed the surrounding energy fluctuation. However, at this moment, the place where the purple-robed young man had been was already empty. The purple-robed young man had disappeared at some unknown time. Not a single trace of him was left behind. Second elder, where is that little bastard? The black-robed youth and the black-robed elder were the first to run over. Looking at the place where the purple-robed youth had disappeared, they were stunned. He has been taken away. The intruder's strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid even the great elder can't do anything about it. He is also a spiritual talisman master. The white-robed elder's face was gloomy and twitching. He did not even see the intruder's face, but the person had been rescued by him. This was no doubt a slap to his face. Second elder, what should we do now? That kid has something to do with the treasure, the black-robed youth said anxiously. He had never thought that there would be such a big scene today. In the end, even the second elder had suddenly rushed over, but the kid had still escaped. The Mu family fort and other forces are already suspecting that we have that item. They are already searching around. The sect leader is at the final stage of his seclusion, and the great elder is also looking at that place. So he was worried and asked me to come take a look. I didn't expect that such a strong person would appear. The white-robed elder's face was solemn. The other party had not shown up, but he could injure him in one move. That kind of strength was terrifying. He thought of all the spiritual talisman masters in the entire dark forest, but he could not think of a suitable spiritual talisman master with such strength. Could it be the Mu family fort? The black-robed elder was full of hatred. He did not expect the cooked duck to fly away. This time, the Black Fury sect had suffered heavy losses. He could not wait to skin the purple-robed youth, but in the end, the purple-robed youth had disappeared again. The white-robed elder's eyes flickered with coldness as he said, "The Mu family fort doesn't have such a talisman master, and the other forces probably don't have one either. Bring the district elder to recuperate first, and the rest of you continue to search. The sect leader is about to come out of seclusion. If we don't return at that time, the sect leader will naturally rush over. No matter who that person is in the dark forest, no one can snatch someone from our Black Fiend sect. Sooner or later, he won't be able to escape." In the continuous mountain range, the sun was surrounded by thin clouds, emitting a faint, dazzling white light. The majestic mountains in the distance were covered in a golden coat under the sunlight, looking exceptionally beautiful. The light from the leaves shone through the dense foliage into the forest. After being filtered by the layers of leaves, the light became specks of golden light, gently swaying with a faint golden halo. Du Xiaofu was wrapped in a ball of light, and the air around him whistled. About an hour later, the ball of light around him disappeared, and his body fell to the ground. After landing, he raised his head and looked around. He did not know which part of the forest he was in. "I don't know which senior saved me, but I can't thank you enough." Du Xiaofu struggled a few times on the ground before he managed to stand up by leaning against a big tree. Fortunately, he had just rested and recovered for an hour in the ball of light. Otherwise, he would not even have the strength to speak now. Listening to the voice at the beginning, Du Xiaofu seemed to have a vague sense of déjà vu. I didn't expect to get a treasure. Your whole body is full of treasures. You have the demon stone and the demon vein soul, and you seem to have the aura of the golden winged rock. If I'm not wrong, you must have a treasure from the golden winged rock clan. Even the blood you spit out is extraordinary." After a series of words, the space fluctuated a little, and then a figure in a gray robe appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu from head to toe, and then there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. He whispered to himself, "This trip was really worth it. Your whole body is full of treasures, and it's worth studying. I saved your life, and then I killed you again. At least I didn't break the rules." "It's you, Medicine King." Du Xiaofu's gaze was tightly fixed on the gray, robed figure in front of him. This person was none other than the shopkeeper of Dark Forest Town's Medicine Hut. He was also the person called Medicine King by the North Vanquishing Prince. The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu as if he was looking at his prey. He completely ignored Du Xiaofu and instead continued to mumble to himself in astonishment. He softly muttered, "Martial cultivation and soul symbol master at the same time, and he's also a symbol master." The strength of his physical body is probably not inferior to the cubs of the ferocious beasts ranked at the top of the heavenly beast list. Also, the aura of the golden winged rock and the demon vein soul is really strange. I must study him properly. This is even worse. Du Xiaofu bitterly laughed in his heart. He did not expect that he would enter the tiger's den after just escaping the wolf's den. Compared to the Black Fiend sect, the Medicine King was much stronger, and it would be even more difficult to escape. Should I escape again? A thought flashed through his mind, but was immediately suppressed by Du Xiaofu. In front of the Medicine King, it was impossible for him to escape, not to mention that he did not have any strength to escape. Brat, what did you do? First you provoked the Martial Marquis, and now you provoked a 6-star Symbol Master. Do you really think that your life is too long? Did I owe you in my previous life? At this moment, a voice sounded in Du Xiaofu's ears. When he suddenly heard this voice, Du Xiaofu's tensed heart suddenly trembled. Just as Du Xiaofu's heart trembled, the voice continued, "You first stabilize. Don't let the 6-star Symbol Master discover you. Relax your mind. I will use the power of the primordial spirit to enter your mind and borrow your body to escape. This 6-star Symbol Master is not weak, but fortunately he should only be a medicine Symbol Master and a weapon Symbol Master and not a Symbol Master. It would be better if you don't die. If you die, your research value will be greatly reduced." The Medicine King did not discover the abnormality in Du Xiaofu's body and then directly walked towards Du Xiaofu. In his hand, he took out an extraordinary dan that was suffused with multicolored light and flickering runes. It seemed that he wanted to stuff it into Du Xiaofu's mouth. Du Xiaofu's breath was weak, and he did not even have the strength to move. He allowed the Medicine King to stuff the dan into his mouth. His whole body was powerless, and he was at the mercy of the Medicine King. Brat, properly regulate your breath. This dan is not cheap. If not for the fact that I am afraid you will die, I would not be willing to give it to you. The Medicine King glanced at Du Xiaofu and then said, "That stone should be compensated for by now. If you want to compensate, you will have to compensate sooner or later. Even if you run, you will not be able to escape." As his voice fell, the Medicine King's eyes fluctuated a little, and then he looked at Du Xiaofu's universe bag and immediately took out several universe bag. "Don't worry, he won't die." Suddenly, an extremely frightening energy swept out from within Du Xiaofu's weak body. A glint instantly gushed out from his eyes as a frightening aura erupted. A palm imprint directly landed on Medicine King's body at close range with a lightning-like momentum. Bang! A muffled sound of energy rang out, and the Medicine King's body was directly forced back. Dang, dang! As his body was continuously forced back, the Medicine King's face suddenly lifted, as if he had sensed something. His gaze instantly trembled, and he stomped his foot to stabilize his body. He immediately discovered the secret behind the sudden change in Du Xiaofu's body and said in astonishment, "You are not that brat. Who exactly are you? Even if you know who I am, it is useless. You can't kill him." Du Xiaofu looked at the Medicine King, and symbols immediately spread out from his palm. As his hand seals changed, various symbols began to change. Everything seemed simple, but in reality, it was extremely complicated and vast. However, its speed was as fast as lightning. Boom! When the final hand seal changed, 12 array flags appeared in Du Xiaofu's palms. The flags swayed and emitted a special fluctuation, causing the surrounding natural energy to violently churn. Empty, illusory array. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and without the slightest delay, the 12 array flags immediately rushed to the front and directly sealed the space around the Medicine King. With lightning speed and trajectory, they directly wrapped around the Medicine King. Rumble! When the 12 array flags finally disappeared into space, the space suddenly became chaotic and dazzling symbols spread out in the surrounding space. After which an illusory array appeared, covering a large area, and its might caused one's heart to tremble. At this moment, the array that Du Xiaofu had set up was clearly the same one that he had used against the 2 perfect pulse spirit stage cultivators from the Black Fiend sect. However, its current might seemed to be several times stronger than before. The terrifying pressure caused the space to become chaotic and caused one soul to tremble. Go. When the array was set up, Du Xiaofu did not delay at all. His figure immediately soared into the sky, and he rapidly flew away. Rumble! An hour later, a series of low explosions resounded through the mountain forest. The symbols in the sky shattered, and large swathes of towering trees were uprooted. The energy storm flattened the entire mountain, and the earth shook. It caused the ferocious beasts in the depths of the forest to howl in fear. Chi! The energy swept out, and the Medicine King's figure walked out of the energy storm that was filled with dust. His expression was not very good, and he softly muttered, "What a powerful, primordial spirit, but that primordial spirit doesn't seem to have reached the level it should have. I'm afraid that there's something wrong with that primordial spirit as well. If I can obtain that primordial spirit, that would be a great harvest, and the decades I spent in the dark forest would not have been in vain." Whoosh! With that, the Medicine King's figure also leapt into the air, and he instantly disappeared while wrapped in flowing light. Today's update is complete. Chapter 196. The continuous mountain range was verdant and lush, overlapping one another. It was like the waves of the sea, surging and surging, majestic and magnificent. Du Xiaofu's aura was weak as he lay, paralyzed on the ground in a hidden cave. His face was deathly pale, but there was a surge of energy surging within his body. He didn't know what kind of pill the Medicine King had just given him. The surging energy was too great, and it was also very beneficial to his injuries. Faintly, his injuries seemed to be recovering by themselves. In front of Du Xiaofu, a small tower floated out. There were faint talisman patterns flickering on it. A smoke-like wave spread out from the small tower. Finally, it condensed into a rather transparent figure of a young man. "I've set up some traps. Although they can't be compared to the previous ones, the 6-star talisman master won't be able to easily detect them. This cave is currently very safe. However, we have to leave as soon as possible to avoid being discovered." The young man's body was extremely thin. His entire body was just skin and bones. However, his cheeks had 2 pieces of meat. He had inverted eyebrows and a pair of triangular eyes. Not only did he have triangular eyes, but he also had a wretched gaze. All of this, combined with a 12 or 13-year-old face, made it hard for people to hold back their laughter. It was very likely that a young child would cry from looking at him. Du Xiaofu looked at the young man's shadow in front of him, and a smile immediately appeared on his pale face. He said with great affection, "Brother Qingchen, I missed you so much." "If you don't miss me, I'm afraid you're not far from death this time." The young man was naturally Zhen Qingchen, who had fallen into a deep slumber after exhausting his primordial spirit. No matter how one looked at his youthful face, his gaze was extremely wretched. It was hard to imagine how such a face could exist. It was simply uncanny. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Qingchen floated in front of Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You're quite resilient. You didn't die even after that. You're really comparable to the young of the golden-winged rock." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He looked at the wretched face in front of him and said, "Brother Qingchen, why are you awake?" Zhen Qingchuan's eyes flickered. He curled his lips and said, "The soothing spirit powder you refined is barely passable. Coupled with my cultivation method, I woke up." "You didn't wake up long ago, did you?" Du Xiaofu suddenly looked up at Zhen Qingchen and asked. Zhen Qingchen raised his head and thought for a moment before replying to Du Xiaofu. "He woke up when you were setting up the void illusion array." When Du Xiaofu heard this, he immediately glared at Zhen Qingchen and said, "You didn't do anything even after you woke up. You really are my big brother. Are you turning your back on me? If I had known, I wouldn't have saved you, little bastard." Zhen Qingchen fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Brat, you're still too inexperienced. Could it be that you didn't discover that the 6-star soul symbol master had been hiding in the surroundings? If I had acted earlier, the two of us wouldn't have been able to escape. King of Medicine. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. A 6-star spiritual talisman master was equivalent to the martial king realm. For many people, this kind of existence only existed in legends. No wonder he was called the King of Medicine. It turned out that he had reached such a terrifying level. Zhan Qingchen was also quite puzzled at this time. After he woke up, he noticed that there were many times when he was surprised. Speaking of which, the trouble you caused this time is really not small. You even provoked a 6-star spiritual talisman master. What the hell is going on? And your pulse spirit. You are cultivating the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock clan. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have a pulse spirit. And that pulse spirit, how can you still have a demon pulse spirit? You are really lucky. It's a long story. I will tell you in detail in the future. Du Xiaofu continued to smile bitterly. It was a long story to tell about the troubles he had encountered recently. He didn't have the strength to talk about it now. His eyebrows twitched slightly as he fished out a Qiankuan bag from his bosom with a pained expression on his face. Du Xiaofu's most recent collection of Qiankuan pouches, including the Qiankuan pouch that he had obtained from the free cloud sex Lu Tianqiao, had all been taken away by the Medicine King. Thinking up to this point, Du Xiaofu felt uneasy. Thankfully, the last Qiankuan pouch that he kept close to him had not been taken away by the Medicine King. That Qiankuan pouch was his most important possession. Demon Pulse Spirit, are you talking about this demon stone? Du Xiaofu took out the Mountain Demon Stone from the Qiankuan bag. Fortunately, the demon stone had been kept in the Qiankuan bag. Zhan Qingchen didn't speak. His illusory hand took the Mountain Demon Stone from Du Xiaofu's hand. His gaze was fixed on the Mountain Demon Stone. Soon after, his expression sank into deep thought. Du Xiaofu watched from the side, not daring to disturb him. Regarding the Mountain Demon Stone, he didn't know much. He had only heard about it from Yan Qi and Dongli Qingqing, who, after a short while, Zhen Qingchen took a deep breath and then handed the demon stone back to Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a serious expression, and there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes as he said, "Keep it well. Before your strength is insufficient, you must not rashly expose this item. Brother Qingchen, do you know the origin of this demon stone?" Du Xiaofu asked. From Zhen Qingquan's expression, it seemed that this demon stone was not an ordinary item. "I don't know the origin of this demon stone." Zhen Qingchen shook his head. Then he rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, "But it can't be a demon stone. I saw your pulse spirit, and it looked exactly like this demon stone. Maybe this is the legendary demon stone. Ordinary demon stones can't be compared to this demon stone. If it's not a demon stone, then what is it?" Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. It seemed that this demon stone was stronger than he had imagined. "I don't know the details. I've only heard some legends. It's useless to tell you now. You can call it the Divine Stone for the time being." Zhen Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu seriously and said, "You must remember, in the future, try not to use your pulse spirit as much as possible to avoid being discovered. But you must study this pulse spirit. Since you already have a pulse spirit, any breakthrough in your cultivation will be related to it. If you don't understand the pulse spirit well, it will affect your cultivation. Your pulse spirit is related to this divine stone, which means that there is a relationship between the two of you. This relationship is very strange. You will slowly understand it in the future. Therefore, it's best to let the divine stone help you understand it. That way, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. It will also be enough for your pulse spirit to become your trump card. If you achieve something with this pulse spirit, I'm afraid that it won't be inferior to the Golden Rock's cultivation technique." "I understand." Du Xiaofu was overjoyed when he heard this. Then he kept the mountain stone into his Qiankuan bag. "Your injuries are too serious. Quickly adjust your breathing and leave this place as soon as possible. The pill that the 6-star soul symbol master gave you is extraordinary. It's barely at the marquee level. He's not afraid that you'll die from overeating." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. No wonder his body felt as if it was on fire. The medicinal power of the pill had already surged in his body. Then he looked at Zhen Qingchen and asked, "Brother Qingchen, are you all right?" "It'd be strange if I'm all right. I just woke up and already risked my life for you. I must have owed you in my previous life. In this life, I'm here to repay your debt." At the mention of this matter, Zhen Qingchen became a little violent. He said to Du Xiaofu, "I need to rest for a while. Although my condition is better than last time, I'm afraid that I'll still need to sleep for a while to recover. But it's not a big problem. When the time comes, quickly find me some elixirs like the soul-absorbing powder. It will be of some help to me." After a while, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands. The energy of the pill given to him by the Medicine King had already surged. After a while, he entered a state of breathing. His body was refining the medicinal power of the pill. Strands of pure Suani flowed through his meridians and finally entered the spirit watchtower. More importantly, it was assisting in the recovery of his injuries. Only Du Xiaofu knew how serious his injuries were this time. It was absolutely tragic. Just as Zhen Qingchen had said, he was not far from death. Even if he had the powerful body of a young golden-winged roc, it would be difficult for him to withstand such injuries. If his injuries had been even a little bit more serious, the consequences would have been worrying. However, it was fortunate that he had a powerful body. In the end, he was able to withstand it. If it was an ordinary pulsating realm profound level cultivator, it would not be enough even if he died 100 times. Time slowly passed. Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in a faint golden light. It was like a halo that enveloped his entire body. Golden light flickered in the cave. The continuous mountain range, the rugged green, the luxuriant shade of the trees, and the vast blue sky formed a magnificent landscape painting. Chi-chi. In the air, a stream of light streaked across and landed on the mountain peak. The stream of light disappeared, and an extremely beautiful woman walked out. She threw a black-clothed man to the ground. This woman looked to be in her 40s. She wore a plain palace dress with a light blue ribbon fluttering in the wind. She was simple and elegant, as if she was born with a noble aura. When one looked at her, they could not help but feel a sense of reverence. "Lady, please spare my life. That purple-robed youth was already saved 7 days ago. Our second elder could not stop him and even heavily injured many experts in the sect. He really is not in our Black Fiend sect." At this moment, beside the beautiful woman, a black-clothed man was kowtowing and begging for mercy. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. The plain-clothed, beautiful woman raised her head slightly and looked at a young girl and a woman in tight clothes. Her voice was clear and cold as she said softly, "You have nothing to say now, right? The person you are looking for has already been saved." Chapter 197. The girl was young, but her figure was already curvy. Coupled with her delicate and pretty face, she would definitely grow into a slender and elegant woman in 2 years' time. However, at this moment, her clear eyes were filled with worry. Perched on the girl's shoulder, a little green bird lifted its little head, its beady black eyes fixed on the body of the plain-clothed, beautiful woman. The tight-fitting woman looked to be around 21 or 22 years of age. Her devilishly alluring figure was seductively curved, and on her peerlessly beautiful face, her clear eyes were currently filled with coldness. Arriving in front of the black-clothed man, she gave him a vicious kick and said, "Then do you know the current whereabouts of that youth?" The black-clothed man was sent flying by the tight-fitting woman's kick, but he immediately crawled back up obediently, his voice trembling as he said, "Milady, I truly do not know the whereabouts of that purple-robed youth. Our sect leader has personally come out of seclusion to search for him. All the major factions are also searching for him, but his whereabouts are nowhere to be found." "Milady, please spare me. I've already told you everything I know, without hiding anything at all. The people of the Black Fiend sect deserve more than death. If Big Brother Xiaofu appears to be in any danger, I will definitely not let the Black Fiend sect off." A chill rose in the girl's clear eyes, her voice turning cold as she said in a low voice, "Little Circle, kill this man from the Black Fiend sect. All of them deserve to die." Roar! A tiger's roar rang out, and a ferocious tiger pounced out from behind the girl, opening its ferocious jaws and swallowing the black-clothed man in an instant. The plain-clothed, beautiful woman looked at the girl's misty figure, her eyes rippling slightly as she said, "If you want to do anything, you need to have the strength to do so. You are extremely talented, and although you cannot compare to the younger generation of those large clans, most importantly, you have an exquisite and pure heart. You are perfectly suited to take over my mantle, and in the future, you will not be any weaker than the younger generation of those large clans. Come with me." The young woman gazed at the woman and said, "Senior, I still haven't seen Big Brother Xiaofu. Can you help me find Big Brother Xiaofu?" "I'll leave with you if you can find Big Brother Xiaofu. I promise to help you, but now that the person you're looking for is out of danger, you should come with me. If you really don't want to, I won't force you. You can decide for yourself." The woman in plain clothes looked at the young girl, her eyes rippling slightly. There was an innate noble air about her. "Xingyu, you should follow Senior. Tianwu Academy is right in front of us. When the time comes, I will seek the help of the experts in the academy. If that fellow is around, he will allow you to follow Senior. When the time comes, you should cultivate well and become an expert." The tight-fitting lady could tell that the plain-clothed beauty before her was extraordinary, so she stepped forward to persuade the young lady. "That's right. I want to become an expert. If I can become an expert, I won't let Big Brother Xiaofu be in danger in the future." The young woman gritted her teeth, and then she nodded to the woman. "Senior, I'll go with you. I'll cultivate properly and become an expert in the future. That's the way. Follow me back and cultivate well." The woman in plain clothes spoke softly, and then her gaze descended onto the little green bird. Her gaze moved slightly, and she waved her hand slightly. A dazzling stream of runes instantly wrapped around the young woman and the little green bird. After that, the young woman's figure shot out into the sky. "Little tiger, send me back to Tianwu Academy. I want to find the experts of the academy to save that brat." Seeing the plain-clothed beauty and the young lady disappear from her sight, the tight-fitting lady's eyes flickered with a faint chill. Roar! The huge tiger flapped its wings and disappeared in midair as well. In the cave, a faint golden light enveloped Du Xiaofu as he sat cross-legged in the middle of the golden light. Traces of golden energy swam around his body mysteriously. A moment later, the faint golden light gradually receded. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The aura around him retracted into his pores along with the faint golden light. "I should be fine now." Opening his eyes, a faint golden light lingered in his eyes. Du Xiaofu checked the condition of his body. After recuperating for nearly 10 days, and with the help of the Medicine King's elixirs, he had only recovered to the point of no harm. His injuries were still severe. Du Xiaofu's injuries this time were truly too severe. Even his internal organs were shaken. If it was someone else, their internal organs would have been shattered and they would have died. Brother Qing Chun, Du Xiaofu, took out the small pagoda from his bosom. However, the small pagoda was silent and didn't respond. He muttered, "It should be asleep again." After pondering for a moment, Du Xiaofu kept the small pagoda and placed it close to his body. Then he stood up and left the cave. Big brother Jin Qingchun had told him that he shouldn't stay here for too long. In the dark night, the sky was dotted with twinkling stars. It was as though the Milky Way was laid out by fine sand. As the night fell, only the canopy of the trees swayed under the night wind. Then everything fell silent. "Chi, In the dark night, a figure seemed to be carrying another figure in his hand. Like a ghost, the figure shuttled through the dense forest and then leaped onto a towering tree. Listen, I'm going to ask you a question. You better answer honestly. Otherwise, I don't mind taking your life. The figure in front of him threw the thin man in his hand onto a tree branch that was as big as a praying mat. Under the mottled moonlight, one could barely see that this person was a young man wearing a purple robe. The purple-robed young man looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. However, on his resolute face, there was a maturity that was rarely seen among his peers. This was especially true for his eyes. His gaze was like that of an eagle's, sharp and frightening. I will definitely tell you everything, as long as you don't kill me. The burly man looked at the purple-robed youth and nodded. He didn't look down on the purple-robed youth at all because of his age. How could a youth who could silently kidnap him from the rest of the group be an ordinary youth? The purple-robed young man was naturally Du Xiaofu, who had just come out from the cavern. After entering the dense forest, even though he knew the general direction from the moonlight, he couldn't tell where he was. Thus, he could only ask for directions. Seeing the attitude of the burly man before him, he asked in satisfaction, "Where is this place?" Doubt flashed across the burly man's eyes. However, he still replied honestly, "This is the dark forest." "I know that it is the dark forest. I am asking for the exact location of this place," Du Xiaofu asked. "This place is close to Riverside Town and is quite far from Dark City. However, 20 li to the west is the territory of Tianwu Academy. Initially, we were able to secretly dig up some magnetite and spiritual herbs there. However, Tianwu Academy has been recruiting new students recently. An examination is held in the mountain range ahead. Thus, the number of Tianwu Academy enforcers in the vicinity has increased." At this point, the burly man looked at Du Xiaofu. Looking at Du Xiaofu's age, astonishment suddenly flashed across his eyes. You can't be from Tianwu Academy, right? Actually, I didn't dig up that many magnetite and spiritual herbs. Previously, we were caught by your Tianwu Academy enforcers and had all of our Cosmos bags confiscated. We learned our lesson. Don't worry, I'm not from Tianwu Academy." Du Xiaofu looked at the burly man and replied. Who? Hearing those words, the burly man heaved a sigh of relief. He said to Du Xiaofu in embarrassment, "You scared me to death. I thought that you were from Tianwu Academy's enforcers. Those brats from the enforcers might be young, but they are extremely powerful. I thought that you were from Tianwu Academy's enforcers. To think that you chased us so fiercely that you actually chased us out of Tianwu Academy's territory. Actually, I'm from Tianwu Academy as well." Du Xiaofu lifted his head slightly and looked at the burly man. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the burly man's face froze. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "Relax, I'm not here to chase after you. You said that Tianwu Academy is recruiting new students recently?" Hearing those words, the burly man relaxed a little and replied, "That's right. Tianwu Academy is recruiting new students, and they have already entered the mountain range ahead to undergo the examination." "Tell me about the examination in detail," Du Xiaofu asked. "You actually don't know about it?" The burly man looked at Du Xiaofu doubtfully before continuing. "Tianwu Academy is extremely strict when it comes to recruiting new students. Every single new student has to undergo a strict examination, and they only recruit those between the ages of 15 to 18. It's said that Tianwu Academy had over 100,000 applicants this time around. However, only 3,000 will be accepted in the end. Those who wish to become a disciple of Tianwu Academy are all dragons and phoenixes among men. They are currently undergoing the examination in the mountain range ahead?" Du Xiaofu asked. He was astonished as well. Out of 100,000 applicants, only 3,000 would be accepted. This kind of selection was indeed extremely strict. Those who were able to enter Tianwu Academy in the end were definitely extraordinary individuals. The burly man nodded his head and said, "The examination has been going on for quite some time now, and I'm afraid that it will be over soon. The next round of recruitment will be 3 years later. How often does Tianwu Academy recruit new students? Du Xiaofu asked the burly man after hearing those words. Tianwu Academy only recruits new students when they are recruiting new students. They don't recruit any other time. Even nobles are no exception. The burly man replied. Is that so? Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered and he said to the burly man, All right, you can return now. If you tell anyone about me, you have to be careful of your life. Since I was able to bring you here, it would be easier for me to take your life. Young master, I swear that I won't tell anyone about you. I don't know you in the first place. The burly man's body trembled and he hurriedly swore. So, before the burly man could finish his words, the purple-robed young man had already leaped down from the tree and disappeared into the night like a specter. Chapter 198. In the darkness of the night, Du Xiaofu's figure darted through the forest like a phantom. The faint aura of the golden-winged roc emanated from his body, causing the beasts in the depths of the forest to cower in fear. After exiting the cave, Du Xiaofu had been hiding all along. Fearing that the Black Fiend sect and the other powers would be searching for him, as well as the Medicine King and other unknown dangers, he had no choice but to tread carefully. Even though his injuries had yet to fully recover, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to waste any time. His target was Tianwu Academy. At the very least, he would be safe for the time being once he reached Tianwu Academy. He didn't expect that he would be able to reach Tianwu Academy while being pursued all the way. Upon receiving news of the freshman examination, Du Xiaofu knew that Tianwu Academy only recruited new students once every 3 years. He had no choice but to hurry over. In any case, he was going to Tianwu Academy to look for Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang. Furthermore, he had to join Tianwu Academy as well. As for the freshman examination, Du Xiaofu had yet to register for it. Thus, he could only think of a solution when he reached Tianwu Academy. Early in the morning, not a sound could be heard. The sky was just beginning to brighten and the night was about to fade away. Under the light of dawn, the air was cool and a soft mist rose from the mountain range. The mountain range was covered in a layer of milky white, making it look hazy and illusory. In the dense forest, 7 figures were walking slowly. The 7 of them were in their 20s, and there were 6 males and 1 female. The males had an extraordinary disposition and a spirited gaze. The female had an elegant face and was dressed in a tight-fitting dress. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, giving her a youthful aura. The freshman examination should be ending soon, right? Can we return today? Among the 7 of them, a plump young man walked at the very back. He took 2 steps forward and shouted, "Slow down, wait for me." "Fat Eagle, you haven't earned enough points this month. Why are you in such a hurry to return? If you can meet a few more fellows who are stealing spirit herbs and magnetite, you should be able to earn enough points." In front of the fat young man, a young man in blue smiled and said. He held a weapon that looked like a saber and a sword. His long robe fluttered slightly, and he looked very elegant. "I'm so tired these past few days. I'll think of a way to get the points. If it really doesn't work, aren't the freshmen here? I'll just have to find a few freshmen to rob." Fatty chuckled, as if he already had this plan in mind. "Damn, Fatty, don't you feel embarrassed to snatch the points of a new student?" The elegant lady turned her head and glanced at the fat young man. There seemed to be some disdain in her eyes. The fat youth didn't look embarrassed at all. He smiled at the elegant girl and said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Aren't the freshmen's points used to honor us seniors? Have you forgotten that 3 years ago, our points were also robbed by those guys who came to the academy a few years earlier than us? I was beaten black and blue. Now that I have a chance to take revenge, I don't want to miss it. Fatty Ing is right. If there's a chance, we should find a few freshmen to guide us. After all, we're seniors as well, and it's a tradition of Tianwu Academy to honor our seniors with points," a young man in yellow clothes said with a smile. When the gray-robed young man at the front heard the discussion behind him, he couldn't help but turn around and join in the discussion. "Don't forget that there are many people who are eyeing the freshman's points. I'm afraid that we won't even have a chance to get them. Who would let go of such a cheap opportunity to obtain points? I heard that some of the fellows on the Marshall ranking want to make a move as well. Those fellows on the Marshall ranking are too much. Why are they fighting with us? They are all filthy rich. Hearing the words Marshall ranking, reverence immediately surged in the eyes of the fat young man. Chi. Right at this moment, a slight disturbance came from the forest ahead. Be careful. The 7 of them immediately noticed the abnormality in front of them and went on their guard almost simultaneously. The 7 of them immediately formed a defensive circle and released their profound chi. They gripped their weapons tightly and were ready to strike at any moment. At the same time, they also scanned their surroundings. Everyone, don't be nervous. May I know if you guys are from Tianwu Academy? A faint voice sounded, and a purple-robed young man appeared in front of them. He looked to be around 16 to 17 years old, and his face was slightly pale. He seemed to be injured. Phew! Seeing that it was a purple-robed young man, the 7 of them immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then they glanced at one another and realized that it was just a false alarm. The gray-robed young man in the lead raised his eyebrows and asked the purple-robed young man, "We are indeed students from Tianwu Academy. Who are you?" "We're finally here." Hearing those words, the purple-robed young man took in a deep breath. They rushed through the night and didn't dare to use the pung descends to the 9 heavens in case they were discovered in midair. However, they were finally within the vicinity of Tianwu Academy, so they should be safe. The purple-robed young man was naturally Du Xiaofu. When he saw the 6 men and 1 woman in front of him, he was surprised to see that all 7 of them had reached the pulsation realm. Judging from the aura that the 7 of them released when they were on guard, the lowest cultivation base was at the pulsation realm mystery level. The leader, the gray-clothed young man, and the beautiful woman were both at the pulsation realm nirvana level. Tianwu Academy is indeed different. Du Xiaofu looked at the center and sighed inwardly. Based on the age of these young men and women, their cultivation was already not bad. Within the Stone City, Big Uncle and City, Lord Yi Baolin were only at the consummate level of the pulsating realm. At this moment, the 7 of them were also sizing up Du Xiaofu. However, other than seeing that the purple-robed young man was injured, they didn't notice anything else. "Seniors, it's great to see all of you." Du Xiaofu stepped forward and smiled at the 7 of them. When he thought about how he would be spending some time in Tianwu Academy, he couldn't help but feel a little closer to the 7 of them. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the 7 of them had a slight change in expression. The beautiful woman looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Are you a student of Tianwu Academy?" "Not yet, but it shouldn't take long." Du Xiaofu smiled. When he saw the 7 of them, he felt that he was safe. Of course, Du Xiaofu didn't think that the 7 of them would be able to protect him. It was just that he felt a little safer in the territory of Tianwu Academy. "What do you mean?" Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the 7 of them were puzzled. Then, the plump young man's gaze changed as he looked at Du Xiaofu with a puzzled expression. He asked, "You aren't one of the new students who participated in the test earlier, right? Why did you come out?" "There's a talisman dimension inside, and you shouldn't be able to come out." "That's not it," Du Xiaofu explained. "I haven't taken the test yet. Initially, I came to Tianwu Academy to register, but I was hunted down by someone. That's why I was delayed. Is it too late for me to register now?" "You came to Tianwu Academy to register, but were hunted down by someone. Since you haven't registered yet, you want to register for the test and become a disciple of Tianwu Academy?" The plump young man looked at Du Xiaofu with a spirited gaze. "That's right, that's the case," Du Xiaofu replied happily. It seemed that not only were the disciples of Tianwu Academy talented, their comprehension ability was also outstanding. "Are you kidding me?" Just as Du Xiaofu spoke, the plump young man rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, "Lad, the dark forest is ahead. Since you came from the front, You must have passed through the dark forest, right? How did you manage to arrive here safely? It's not that I'm safe, it's a narrow escape. However, I'm finally here. Du Xiaofu nodded his head. You passed through the dark forest alone? The plump young man asked Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded his head and replied, You can say so. Shua, shua. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the gazes of the 7 students landed on Du Xiaofu in unison. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Pung, pung, pung. Suddenly, in the sky in front of them, there were 3 thunderous booms. Then, high up in the sky, 3 dazzling rays of light bloomed in the sky. Through the layers of dense forest and the cover of the canopy, one could see the dazzling rays of light. It's over. The 7 students of Tianwu Academy raised their heads and looked at the dazzling rays of light in the sky. Their gazes flickered. The leader of the group, the gray-robed young man, looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Lad, regardless of who you are and whether you are here to register for Tianwu Academy, I have to tell you that the freshman assessment has stopped. If you want to join Tianwu Academy, you have to come back 3 years later. Of course, you have to be below 18 by then. It's already over? Hearing those words, Du Xiaofu's expression darkened. He didn't expect that he would be late for the registration. Lad, hurry up and return. There should be someone accompanying you. The dark forest is extremely dangerous, and it's not a place for you to play, the elegant lady said to Du Xiaofu with a hint of goodwill. It seems like I have to think of another way, Du Xiaofu muttered. After regaining his senses, he looked at the 7 of them and asked, Everyone, may I know if you can bring me to Tianwu Academy? You aren't a disciple of Tianwu Academy, and the registration has already passed. We can't bring you to Tianwu Academy, the elegant lady replied. Chapter 199. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu frowned. After pondering for a moment, an emblem appeared in his hand. It was the Tianwu Academy emblem that Ouyang Shuang had dropped from the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger when he parted ways with her. Everyone, it is said that with this emblem, you will be able to seek the help of the seniors in Tianwu Academy. Is that true? Du Xiaofu said as he passed the emblem to the leading, gray-robed young man. The gray-robed young man took the emblem, and the 7 of them stared at the emblem. The elegant lady raised her head to look at Du Xiaofu and asked, You are holding the emblem of our Tianwu Academy. I wonder who gave it to you. If it is true, we will naturally bring you to Tianwu Academy. The person who gave me the emblem is called Ouyang Shuang. Do you know her? Du Xiaofu asked the 7 of them. As Du Xiaofu spoke, the gazes of the 7 changed simultaneously. The gray-robed young man, the plump young man, and the yellow-robed young man's expressions changed greatly. The gray-robed young man immediately asked Du Xiaofu, What is your relationship with Senior Ouyang? This. Du Xiaofu's eyebrows twitched. In the end, he could only say, She is my elder sister. Hearing this, the 6 of them looked much better for some reason. Even their gazes toward Du Xiaofu became much friendlier. The plump young man's gaze flickered, seemingly puzzled. He asked softly, Are you really Senior Ouyang's younger brother? What is your name? Du Xiaofu nodded. I am Du Xiaofu, her cousin. We met with some trouble when we were in the dark forest, so we parted ways. Even though he was her cousin, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly in his heart. He did have an elder sister in Tianwu Academy, but this emblem was given to him by Ouyang Shuang. So you are Senior Ouyang's cousin. You should have said so earlier. Don't worry, there is no danger here. We will bring you to Tianwu Academy to look for Senior Ouyang. Hearing this, the plump young man immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. Thank you very much. Du Xiaofu was surprised. He didn't expect the title of tomboy to be so useful in Tianwu Academy. The freshman's tempering assessment is already over. Anyway, we're going back to the academy. So, come with us, the elegant woman said to Du Xiaofu. Her gaze had become much gentler. Then let's return to the academy first. The gray-clothed youth nodded, and then he whistled sharply towards the sky. Hula! Along with the whistling sound, the air and the sky whistled. An extremely huge demonic beast flapped its wings and flew over. The collapsed treetops continued to rise and fall. An extremely huge flying demonic beast immediately fell through the gaps in the trees, flapping its wings and causing the dense forest to howl. A wind-feathered demonic condor at the early stage of the pulsation realm. The demonic beast was covered in bluish-white feathers, and its aura was not weak. It was at the pulse realm, which surprised Du Xiaofu a little, following which Du Xiaofu and the other 7 leaped onto the wind-feathered demonic eagle and charged out of the dense forest, heading towards Tianwu Academy. The bluish-blue sky seemed to have been cleansed by clear water, clean and gentle. Only a few drifting clouds could be seen in the clear blue sky. Walala! Suddenly, a loud whistling sound came from the sky. It was as though a hurricane was approaching, causing the entire sky to tremble. Then, a large group of flying demonic beasts appeared in the distant sky. There were more than 100 of them, and most of them were wind-feather demonic eagles. On the back of each wind-feather demonic eagle, there were many young men and women. On a mountain peak in the distance, the mountain was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. Several elders and burly men stood there with their clothes fluttering in the wind. Even though their auras were concealed, they still had an extraordinary disposition. There are quite a few good seedlings among this batch of new students. A few of them have rare talents. On average, they seem to be slightly stronger than the new students from the previous 3 years. A long-robed elder who looked to be in his 60s spoke to the crowd on the mountain peak. His face was extremely rosy, and his body seemed to be filled with strength. In this year's training exam, the top 50 new students have pretty good talents. 90% of them are cultivators. It seems that our martial academy will be able to accept quite a few disciples with potential. However, there don't seem to be many spirit symbol masters who can enter the top 50. It seems that the Talisman Academy will not be able to fill up with much fresh blood this time. Hearing that, a woman in her 50s immediately glared at the old man in his 60s and unhappily said, "Hee-hoo, what do you mean by that? Our Talisman Institute has never had many disciples. Do you think us spirit talisman masters are the same as you cultivators and can be found everywhere?" Elder Sun is right. Spirit symbol masters are rare. Therefore, among the 100 people on the martial roll, there are only 2 students from the Talisman Institute. The long-robed elder called he who smiled faintly, but his tone was clearly extremely sarcastic. "You," the long-robed woman called Elder Sun's face instantly flushed red from anger. However, she could not find any words to refute him. There were indeed only 2 students from the Talisman Academy among the 100 names on the martial ranking. The martial roll is a ranking of battle strength. Naturally, it is difficult for a spirit talisman master to have an advantage. So, Elder Sun, you don't have to worry about it. At least, we martial cultivators are unable to refine the elixirs and spirit weapons refined by spirit talisman masters. When he saw Elder Sun's flushed face, the robust, long-robed elder once again smiled and said, "What I mean is that spirit symbol masters are not important. Instead, our Talisman Academy is becoming worse and worse. If this continues, we will probably not see any students from the Talisman Academy on the martial ranking." Humph. Elder Sun snorted deeply. However, she had nothing to say. There were indeed only 2 students from the Talisman Academy on the martial ranking. "Ha ha!" He who laughed heartily when he saw Elder Sun suffer a setback. As one of the elders of the Martial Academy, he was naturally happy that the students from the Martial Academy suppressed the students from the Talisman Academy. He then looked at the surrounding crowd and said, "Why is Vice Principal Zhuge not here this time?" According to our Tianwu Academy's tradition, the people in charge of the various academies should be present during the freshman assessment. Vice Principal Zhuge is in charge of the Weapon Academy, so why isn't he here this time? It seems that no one from the Weapon Academy has entered the martial ranking for more than a decade. Currently, the 2 students on the martial ranking are from the Array Academy. Some time ago, there were still students from the Medicine Academy on the martial ranking, but they were kicked down recently. However, no one from the Weapon Academy has entered the martial ranking for more than a decade. Another purple-clothed woman on the back of the flying demonic beast said, "Let's not talk about Vice Principal Zhuge anymore. After so many years, I reckon that he has not had a good time. If not for that incident, the Weapon Academy would not have collapsed and Vice Principal Zhuge would not have suffered such a heavy blow." The long-robed elder son said. Sigh! Hearing her words, everyone sighed softly. After a brief moment, they leaped up and left Du Xiaofu, and the others sat cross-legged on the back of the wind-feathered demonic eagle. From their conversation, he found out that the 7 of them were from the same batch as Ouyang Shuang. Ouyang Shuang was even on the martial ranking, and there was no one in Tianwu Academy who didn't know of her. As for the martial ranking, it was a ranking within Tianwu Academy and represented the strength of all the students in Tianwu Academy. Out of the 100 students on the martial ranking, any student who entered the martial ranking was definitely a powerful existence. Along the way, Du Xiaofu asked the 7 of them if Ouyang Shuang had returned to Tianwu Academy. However, the 7 of them shook their heads and expressed that they didn't know. Recently, the freshman examination had been held and many seniors had been sent out to patrol the area. Coincidentally, the 7 of them were part of this group, and thus they hadn't returned to the academy for many days. Without any news of Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu felt a little worried. However, he could only wait until they reached Tianwu Academy before asking around. "Little brother, you have already missed the registration date for Tianwu Academy. All we can do now is to reach the academy first before thinking of a solution," the plump young man said to Du Xiaofu. He was extremely enthusiastic towards Du Xiaofu. "Then, I'll have to thank Senior Zhang Yu." Du Xiaofu nodded his head. From their conversation along the way, he found out that the plump young man was called Zhang Yu and that the leader was Liang Dong Jiao Zuping. The elegant lady was called LV Jiaxue. Before Ouyang Shuang entered the martial ranking, she lived in the same dormitory as Ouyang Shuang. Thus, when she heard that Du Xiaofu was Ouyang Shuang's cousin, she was exceptionally enthusiastic towards him. "We're here. Tianwu Academy's campus is just ahead," Liang Dong suddenly said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu lifted his head and a majestic mountain range appeared before his eyes. It was currently noon, and under the illumination of the sun, the mountain range was covered in a golden glow, making it seem exceptionally majestic. Amidst the mountain range, a lone peak stood tall. The cliffs were steep, the rivers were flowing, and the trees were lush. There were quite a few buildings that stretched far into the distance, creating a majestic sight. At this moment, sunlight was pouring down through the thin layer of clouds, illuminating the mountain range. The countless buildings reflected a silvery glow, dazzling one's eyes. As they got closer, the mountain range was pulled apart like a curtain. A vast mountain city gradually appeared before Du Xiaofu's eyes. It was simple and unadorned, yet majestic at the same time. "Is this the legendary Tianwu Academy?" Du Xiaofu looked down from the back of the wind-feathered demonic eagle. Rivers flowed through the mountain range, winding along the river. Even the mountains on both sides were jade green in color. Numerous mountain peaks rose from the ground, but they weren't connected to one another. This was the cradle of experts. Countless experts had once walked out of this place, shocking the entire empire. Even now, there were still countless experts who walked out of this place. Each of them was conferred the title of king, and their prestige spread far and wide. Looking at the simple land below, Du Xiaofu was filled with anticipation. After all, he was still a young man, and at this moment he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. He would be staying in this cradle of experts for a period of time. Chapter 200. Du Xiaofu knew that he had missed the registration period for Tianwu Academy. However, he had already made up his mind that no matter what, he had to enter Tianwu Academy. Seeing Du Xiaofu's astonished expression, a hint of a smile surfaced in LV Joshua's eyes. She then said to Du Xiaofu, "Anyone who sees Tianwu Academy for the first time would be shocked. However, it isn't fun inside. There are all kinds of competitions and tempering, and ordinary people aren't able to endure them. Ordinary people can't reach the level of an expert either." Du Xiaofu replied softly. LV Joshua looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise in her eyes. Then she said softly, "When you enter the academy, your cousin is ranked on the martial ranking and is highly regarded by the teachers and elders. Perhaps she might be able to find a way to get you into the academy." A moment later, two lone peaks stood tall amidst the mountain range. They were surrounded by water on both sides, and in the middle of the mountain range was a path that was several zhang wide. On the left peak of the mountain was a flat cliff. There were 4 ancient words, Tianwu Academy, written in flamboyant calligraphy. Every single word had a diameter of 10 zhang and could be seen from afar. When Du Xiaofu, Liangdong Zhangyu, and LV Joshua landed on the large plaza outside the 2 peaks, their eyes widened in shock. Facing the 2 towering peaks, they felt as though they would collapse at any moment. Tianwu Academy was much more majestic and vast than they had imagined. Looking from the entrance of the 2 peaks, they could feel an ancient and sacred aura. The limestone floor, the quaint courtyard, and the ancient trees. This kind of aura wouldn't be so ancient if it hadn't been accumulated over thousands of years. So this is Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He bent down and picked up a piece of rock from the ground before looking at Tianwu Academy. Countless experts walked out from this place and were conferred the title of Marquis. Their radiance illuminated the land. Speaking of those experts who had been conferred the title of Marquis or King, everyone would recall that they had once graduated from Tianwu Academy. It was this simple land that had produced so many experts. Looking at Tianwu Academy before him, Du Xiaofu felt a peculiar feeling in his heart. It was filled with admiration, respect, yearning, and complicated emotions. His father had once walked out of this place, and there were traces of his father's life here. At this moment, he was here as well. This is the sacred ground for all cultivators in the Stone Dragon Empire. There are even people from the surrounding empires who wish to join Tianwu Academy. What do you think? Zhang Yu asked Du Xiaofu. Filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the auras of countless experts have gathered here. As expected of a martial cultivation, holy land, Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile. Walala! Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the sky. Everyone raised their heads and saw a large group of flying demonic beasts flapping their wings. Their auras were suppressed by the wind, and on the backs of the flying demonic beasts, there were countless figures of young men and women. All of them were looking at the mountains below with yearning in their eyes. Looking at the flying demonic beasts in the sky, the yellow-robed young man said, "The new students who passed the examination have all returned. Those who failed should have left the talisman world. Hee, the new students are here, and there are points to snatch. Those rookies are in for a hard time." Zhang Yu chuckled. He patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said, "Little brother, it's a pity that you didn't register. If you were a new student, with me protecting you, no one would dare to snatch your points. Stop being so shameless. With your strength, you won't even have the qualifications to fight against those on the martial ranking." LV Joshua glanced at Zhang Yu and bluntly attacked him. Zhang Yu smiled embarrassedly and said, "I don't have to deal with those on the martial ranking. Even though I can't deal with them, little brother's cousin, Senior Ouyang, is also on the martial ranking. Those on the martial ranking will naturally have to give her some face." Walala! As Zhang Yu's words left his mouth, the flying demonic beasts in the sky circled in the sky before landing on the plaza. They did not fly directly into Tianwu Academy. So, one by one, Extraordinary young men and women leaped off the flying demonic beasts. All of them stood tall and straight with arrogance in their eyes. "Little brother, do you see the people coming down from the back of the wind feather demonic eagle at the very front? Those are the instructors and elders who will be taking over the new students this time. Those who have outstanding results among the older students will be able to become instructors of the academy, and then elders of the academy," Liangdong said to Du Xiaofu, as if he was looking forward to those instructors. Du Xiaofu followed Liangdong's gaze and looked at the leading demonic beast. There were many young men and women in their mid-20s leaping off the back of the demonic beast and organizing the new students to stand in an orderly manner. There were also a few burly men and elders watching from the side. Du Xiaofu observed those young men from afar. They were all in the pulse spirit realm, and even the weakest of them was at the profound pulse spirit realm. There were even a few who were at the great circle of the pulse spirit realm. When Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on the several burly men and the old man, his gaze flickered without leaving a trace. They should be in the martial, marquee realm, as expected of Tianwu Academy. From afar, Du Xiaofu could feel the aura of the burly men and elders. Their aura was so restrained that it was difficult to detect them. However, it was not difficult for him to sense that their cultivation was definitely in the martial marquee realm. "Senior Liangdong, you said that those instructors are the elders and instructors in charge of the new students?" Du Xiaofu's brows twitched, and he suddenly asked Liangdong, "Do they have the authority to be in charge of the new students' assessment?" "Of course." Liangdong nodded and replied, "Thank you, Senior Liangdong." Du Xiaofu nodded. He straightened his back and strode towards the burly men and elders. "What is he trying to do?" Zhang Yu, Liangdong, LV Jiashue, and the others looked at Du Xiaofu's actions, and their expressions changed. "Let's hurry over. If anything happens, we might be punished as well," Liangdong said. The 7 of them nodded and immediately chased after Zhang Yu. Du Xiaofu strode towards the burly men and elders. After dozens of steps, before he could reach them, the burly men and elders turned to look at Du Xiaofu with puzzlement in their eyes. "Greetings to the elders of the academy." Du Xiaofu stepped forward and bowed slightly. Facing these people, the aura that was faintly emitted felt stifling for no reason. The burly man, who was dressed in a tight-fitting short shirt, looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You don't seem to be a new student who passed the assessment. Could it be that you failed the assessment? Why are you here?" "Elder, my name is Du Xiaofu. I was here to register for Tianwu Academy, but I missed the deadline," Du Xiaofu replied. Hearing this, an elder who looked to be in his 50s beside the burly man looked at Du Xiaofu and waved his hand. He spoke in an extremely unfriendly tone. "If you can even miss the deadline for Tianwu Academy's registration, there is no need for you to come to Tianwu Academy. Go back." "Elder, I was delayed by something, and I didn't do it on purpose. I wonder if you can make an exception for me?" Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in his 50s. He felt a bit uncomfortable with the old man's unfriendly tone, but he suppressed it. Tianwu Academy recruits new students once every 3 years, and there are over 100,000 applicants each time. The academy will only accept 3,000. For the rest of the time, even if you are a member of the royal family or the children of nobles or ministers, we will not make an exception. Furthermore, you are the one who delayed the deadline. Go back. Tianwu Academy will not accept a student like you." The elder waved his hand once more, and his face seemed to be filled with displeasure. Hearing these words, Du Xiaofu straightened his back and looked at the elder. He asked, "Elder, are you really not going to make an exception and give me a chance?" "This lad sure is troublesome. Who brought him to the academy?" Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the old man in his 50s no longer seemed to have any intention of paying attention to Du Xiaofu. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Someone must have brought him here. Not just anyone could come to the entrance of the academy. If it wasn't for someone leading the way, it would be impossible to successfully reach the entrance of the academy. Greetings to Elder Liao and the other elders. At this moment, Liang Dong, Zhang Yu, LV Jashuet, and the rest rushed over. When they saw the displeasure on the elder's face, their faces changed drastically. You are the ones who brought him here? When he saw Liang Dong and the others, the old man's eyes sank. His expression became even more unsightly. Replying to Elder Liao, this person is the cousin of Senior Ouyang Shuang on the martial ranking. He came here to register to enter our Tianwu Academy. However, due to being delayed in the Dark Forest and possessing Senior Ouyang's emblem, he happened to bump into us, and we brought him back. Liang Dong replied. He intentionally added Ouyang Shuang's name as a way to help do Xiaofu in the dark. However, the moment Liang Dong finished his words, LV Jashue's face changed drastically. She tried to signal Liang Dong with her eyes, but it was too late. Not good. At this time, Liang Dong also suddenly realized that something was wrong. He cursed in his heart. He originally wanted to help, but he didn't expect that his help would backfire. Senior Sister Ouyang was able to enter the martial ranking last time because she defeated Elder Liao's student. Humph. Upon hearing Liang Dong's words, the elder snorted coldly and said, So what if he is a student on the martial ranking? Is Tianwu Academy a tavern? Do you think that anyone can enter Tianwu Academy? It seems like I have to rectify the reputation of Tianwu Academy. The few burly men and elders by the side wanted to say something, but upon seeing Elder Liao's expression, they could only keep quiet. Who? Du Xiaofu took in a deep breath. There was no longer any respect in his eyes as he looked at Elder Liao and said, Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Tianwu Academy is only SOSO, so it's fine if I don't enter. However, before I leave, I would like to meet two people. I wonder if this will break the rules of Tianwu Academy.